camel.
Good evening, everybody. We're here tonight. We got a special guest. Dank Knight is in the channel. Say hi, Dank.
Hi.
We're goofing off tonight, doing some building, doing some other stuff. We're doing 4 giveaways tonight, every hour on the hour. I'll be starting the first one soon for a blueprint. And then later on tonight, we'll be giving away something better. We have a new ship to unveil tonight. Be doing some goofy stuff, and we'll also be talking about the new update on what's coming out to the game. And I see Warlock has already gotten an example of the caps lock spam guard. Gondar, welcome to the stream, dude. Warlock, welcome. And we even have people in channel. Oh my. There's a Pazar, a Wilbur, a Seven, a Rocky, a Dank. This is going to be a fun night tonight. If we get info in here, we're all going to be in trouble.
You'll be on eventually.
Did say clothing was optional, right?
Yes, clothing is optional. I'm wearing a nice button-up upper shirt, and then I'm wearing my underwear down bottom.
I got a blanket and some socks.
I really hope it's like Christmas theme underwear, bro.
Yeah, it could be reindeer underwear. Or Pinocchio, you know, Christmas Pinocchio underwear. There you go. Wait, Geo's got to come pick up his wrecking ball. Still sitting here. Is that Geo's? Oh, that's Geo's. Okay. They came over and did the exploration of the castle today. So.
Who's Geo? Another streamer or what?
Yeah, he's the one that does the exploration thing, where he goes around and checks out all the different sites on this thing.
I've never heard of it. I'm just digging holes, man. I don't know anything that happens in this game.
I did add some new commands to the stream tonight. The Discord command, !Discord, now works. It'll provide you with a link for the Discord. And there's a couple other in there. I'm about to go ahead and start the first giveaway for the night. This is a jet bike blueprint, which I need to actually edit that. Hold on one second. There we go, and that is up. So that you guys in channel, feel free to chime in and start chatting. Normally we're already going nuts and it's like a casual conversation. There's no organized nothing. So, but in the stream now we have the Discord command, the VR command, and the Dirty Joke command.
What?
The Dirty Joke command is, well, I don't know. It's a dad joke, I'll put it that way. I'm showing my age. Once we get some people in channel here in a little bit, I'll do the debut of the Spectre, the new ship. It's kind of a progression of this train of thought.
Yeah, after building the Spectre, that thing, man, is not even, like, the Spectres look so much better than that.
Yeah, this thing's gonna get ripped down, probably tonight.
Like, I thought it looked pretty good, but then once you did the Spectre, I was like, nope, not anymore.
Yeah, now it kind of looks like, you know, Legos.
Yeah, it looks dinky in comparison. Like, you did such a good job on the new one, man.
Still like the Wraith.
Yeah, it's too bad you really fucked this one up.
No, this was the inspiration. This was like the starting point. Yeah, you got to start somewhere.
Yep.
We'll call it the first.
Make sure you guys are entering in the giveaways tonight. There's already one going for a blueprint for one of the jet bikes. It's !Raffle.
Or waffle, whichever works.
Waffle. So, ooh, Lord, I've had a lot of visitors today. Geo came by, they checked out the castle, he ended up getting an ornament. Then we got...
love watching his reactions.
Yeah,
I don't always get... I'm not always there for the VODs, so I don't always get to join him for the streams, but I always go back and watch the reactions.
Yeah, they do great. Their reactions to stuff was awesome, and they were freaking out over the Christmas decorations.
Oh, so was I.
So
I came too busy early. I totally got lost looking at all the Christmas decorations and then the turkey.
I don't know. It just... I like the holiday season. I know I catch a lot of grief over that. A lot of people don't. You know, I didn't do it too early. I could have done this in November, but I didn't want to trigger people.
You held off on the Christmas music, themed music, at least until after November. I appreciate that. Well,
there's actually not even Christmas themed music because the guy that the Lofty thing that I have I have it set up to use his music without getting demonetized. I can do it. I have it set up with YouTube too, but his Christmas one is basically a loop of the same few songs, and it got really redundant really quickly.
Yeah, you changed it like back to the normal stuff because you're like, wait, it's like 5 songs on loop. Fuck this.
Yeah, and this one, the normal one, it's not really Christmas. It's not really not Christmas. It's just kind of relaxing music. You know, it still works with the theme. So I can't really complain. For some reason, my follower thing keeps going away on the screen.
Yep, I don't see it.
Oh yeah, so the reason I told you about that little PvP adventure I had earlier is because the result of that now is the ship, which is called You Asked For It. It's work in progress. It's basically it's my answer to the call of the person who killed me in my first ever PvP battle.
Oh
yeah.
I totally deserved it. Just like I said, literally just threw missile pods on and space engines on a pocket rocket and flew it into space and picked a fight with something way bigger than me. But I wanted to see how PvP and range and flying and battle was. And I have a good idea. I'm building a little surprise for that person. I'm gonna go hunt them down.
Inigo Montoya on them. You killed my pocket rocket.
Hello.
Die.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Yeah, I want to go work on the ship. Uh-oh, I heard that. I want to go work on one of the ships, but I don't want to go around the outside because I'm trying not to show the other ship yet. Actually, I might just go ahead and rip this one down. How much room I got in that cargo container? I'm good.
You want me to come over there and move it and hide it?
Yeah, I'm just not happy with this one now after having the new one. It's kind of like, yeah. Oh, I gotta repair crap. I don't know what it is, but every time I fly a ship, for some reason, something gets damaged.
Not banging into stuff.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time too. I really don't get it. It's just weird. Things just keep popping up in my way.
Like an anti-grav pad?
Yeah, or a space tower, elevator.
I tried to make mine
Try to limit my flights
to
to loops around the spaceport.
Yeah.
Where I know where all the objects are and I could fly rooms around them.
Well, I tried to make mine to where it was tied into the tower, not just toothpicks sticking with the platform, you know? I wanted to actually look like it was supposed to be there. That is one thing that drives me nuts about a lot of them. It's just a toothpick up in the air with a platform on top, you know?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, can't you actually just get rid of all of the other ones once you have the platform there?
What do you mean?
Like, you don't need the whole tower, right? Like, once you place the static core in the air, you don't actually need anything else, do you?
No, you don't, technically.
No.
Unless you want the elevators to get up there. But that's what pocket rockets are for, right?
Exactly.
So, Big J, I'm going to be stripping this down to the voxels only and then blueprinting the voxels. Like I do with every ship, that way it can be resurrected later if somebody wants it.
So what you're saying is I should build an extra pocket rocket for every one of those and park it right on top of their space elevator and say, hey, delete all your other. No.
Ooh, you went robotic there for a second, bud.
Uh-oh.
That's a no good. Let's see. So, we got some interesting news today from JC. Everybody's taking it in different ways, and the biggest thing I've noticed is if you listen to the video, he very much gave a politician's answer to everything.
True.
I felt like I was watching an election.
No definitive responses.
Yeah,
I agree with
everything.
that.
The owner of the company, JC, in the stream today. And I understand, because you don't want to commit to something you can't back up. Yeah, if you can't deliver it, you're going to look like an idiot. But at the same time, we were definitely looking for answers. And while we got some details, most of it was just kind of hinted at, vague, well, this is going to be coming soon kind of things. So we're going to have to wait and see what actually, how the changes are implemented, how the changes are done exactly. Because there's so much left up in the air that we have no clue really exactly how it's going to be implemented and how they're going to prevent it from destroying the game.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Like, I literally think that most of the stress that the player base is feeling right now is because how vague the information is right now. Like, we don't know. Like, we just don't know. And so it's causing everyone to do exactly what our Discord has done today, is what every other Discord has done today, which is speculation,
Yeah.
right? It's just, oh my god, what if? And if they would have just said, boom, this is what we're putting in, it may change slightly between now and Wednesday or Thursday or whatever patch day is. When is patch day? Wednesday or Thursday?
They didn't say exactly. All he said was he doesn't like doing it at the end of the week.
Which is worse, because, like, not only do we not know what the changes are, we don't know when they're coming.
So, but the biggest thing right now is we have a lot of people doing a lot of guesswork. And the guesswork is kind of, it's kind of like playing that old game Telephone.
Yeah.
Where you pass the information on, and then, eventually somebody says that it's some kind of credit to them, even though they say it and they're honest about the fact that this is, just speculation. Somebody else will hear them saying that, well, they must know what they're talking about. So now, instead of speculation, well, it's a reliable source.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, especially as a streamer, you have to be very careful about that, because you can do more harm than good. I mean, like with Dual Universe, if I come on here and say something horrible about it that ends up not being true, I could kill my own stream.
People. Yeah, but it could impact sales of the game, right?
Yeah.
Like, literally, the good representation of the game and, like, the showing how good the game is what literally caused, an example, the Big J82.
Yes, he did confirm this week, Big J. Didn't it?
Yeah, like 20-something players started playing this game simply because of Big J82 watching your stream. Like, he said, hey, all of my Discord guys, sign up for this game for a couple of months, let's try it, because I thought it looked really cool in this guy's stream, right? And that's you can have the opposite effect. Like, if we say this is what's going to happen and we're wrong and we represent it wrong, like, that can hurt the game as well as your stream.
Yeah, if somebody was on the fence about getting it and they see negative comments, they go, well, nope, they don't like it. We're not going to like it either.
Yeah, especially nowadays, people get really turned off by even seemingly toxic communities.
Yeah,
of course, for good reasons too.
That's one thing I've really enjoyed about this game is, for the most part, the gaming group here, the gaming community here is, you have some younger players, but a majority of the players are older players. Even in PvP, the community is, well, while there is some toxic, it's nowhere near what I've seen in other games. I mean, I've seen some really toxic things in other games, and here it's just kind of like everybody's chill. I mean, it comes back to the old Eve mentality of everybody put GFs in local. And I know you hate Eve references, but you get what I'm saying. It's
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Good fights.
in Eve. Every time you have a PvP fight, the proper thing to do is to put up GF and local. You know, acknowledge good fight, respect for the PvPers. The
I
fact
just
that they
blew you
actually
to smithereens,
PvP'd.
but the fact that I put
Well,
a GF in chat makes
The
it
thing
better.
is it's not like that.
Makes
It's
it better.
in Eve, it's very easy to just run. So the fact that they stood their ground and actually were willing to fight with you, you got to show them some respect for that. You know,
Yeah.
it's they didn't turn tail and run. That ran, even if they were outnumbered. They stood there and they dealt with it and they manned up. I hate using that terminology, but you know what I'm saying.
Hashtag warped out. That's what I would do. Screw them. You ain't getting nothing.
Oh my god.
And you were the type of people we would hunt down like rabid dogs, find their home system, and then rape them.
Camp their system.
Yep. I mean, in Wormhole Life and Eve, that was the whole mentality of, you know, if you brought the fights, you stayed. If you hid in your station every time somebody came in your system, you got evicted. But I really do like that mentality in this game. It's very mature for a gaming community.
Yeah, so far I haven't really seen any.
It might actually
really
be a more mature
experienced or
gaming
seen
community.
much
Yeah.
problems. Like, I
Well-
think the strongest thing I've experienced in this game was a strong debate, and it was logical. It was, you know, two sides arguing their points about something in the game and why they agreed with it or didn't agree with it, and like that was probably the most intense thing I've actually seen in the game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's totally cool. Like they're just talking about like stuff, just like we
Now,
do in real life.
In the official Discord, it's a whole different thing. You know, you got a
Oh.
lot of trolls in there, but I've noticed a lot of people that are just being complete trolls in there I never see in game.
Yeah, you don't have to though, because like the in-game chat system is dead. Like it's useless.
Well, I think they built this game knowing that everybody uses voice comms, everybody uses online options. You know, so that's
Well,
not a
which is-
priority.
Yeah, it's problematic though. Like, because I would like to actually be able to reliably make contacts and reach out to people through the game. Like, I don't like that I have now added literally like 10 new Discord servers to my Discord. I hate it. I hate the clutter. I hate the extra notifications.
Well,
I hate having to mute every
Part of
frickin'
it is a
server.
mentality of the player now, because they do have the system in game to communicate, to add friends, stuff like that, but nobody wants to use it. Everybody's so accustomed to using Discord and other options now that that's what they go with.
Well, here's the problem. Even if I want to use it, it won't matter because the chat window's basically permanently hidden behind everything else. Like, you log in and it's gone. Like, if
Yeah. But there is a setting that you can do, and now it's always here. So, I mean, you can set it to where the chat stays there. You just, you know, there's a little gear on the bottom right. You turn off the hide chat, and it's always up.
Yeah, but who actually uses that? Like, that's if it's not default like that, people aren't gonna go in there and change it. They don't know to look for it.
I had to, and also the biggest thing is a lot of people, if you're watching the stream, if you go into your chat under the settings, to remove local notifications, when somebody talks to you locally or talks in local, is automatically enabled, so you won't see notifications if it's local. So if you use local chat a lot, you might want to go in there and unmute that. But back to the topic with the stream. With the stream today, it's going to be an unfortunate situation of a guessing game of exactly what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and how it's going to happen until it actually happens. So all we can do as players is try to prepare ourselves financially and asset-wise as best as we possibly can for what's coming. And
You know what I think would be a better interim solution to their like permanent element destruction is don't even make it 3, make it like 5 or 10, but every single time you break it, the scrap cost significantly increases, or something like that.
That would work. I could live with that.
Yeah, like, or
'Cause, I mean,
like the
T1
element.
scrap is cheap as shit, but
Yeah, but if that means you now have to spend an hour to repair your ship versus
5 minutes. Yeah.
5 minutes to repair your ship, because that would at least prevent people from being completely stranded because they busted an engine for the 3rd time and now they're screwed.
now I know this is a popular unpopular opinion right now, but he made one comment that I agreed with in the stream, that if it had started this way, and then they tried to take it out, people would be complaining about loss of immersion. So no matter what action as a developer they take, you're going to have people complaining about it just to be complaining about it, because people don't like
Well,
change. That's the way it is. Nobody really
Yep.
likes change.
Yeah,
This is true.
But if you look at
you're right.
any other game that's had a successful long run, World of Warcraft, EVE Online, I mean, any of these games that had, that's a very short list of games that have had that long of a run, but any of the games that have had really long runs, the biggest contributing factor to the markets in those games is the fact of limited availability of
Consumable
items. You know,
Yeah.
the games themselves are consumer-based markets. The average
Yeah.
person will never build a ship. They'll go out and farm missions, they'll go out and mine, they'll go out and do whatever they want to do, sell the stuff that they get, and then buy a ship built. And that's what they're trying to do here, because for the long-term progress of the game, that's when it's going to give you the most economic stability and allow for the most large-scale growth of the game.
I
mean,
completely agree, and I think that permanent destruction does need to be in the game. Like, I'm not arguing that it
Yeah.
shouldn't be in the game. Because, again, it makes sense. Like, if I wreck my car, there's a point where it becomes total loss and I have to buy another car. Like, that's
Or
just
parts
real life,
for that car.
right? Like if I bang it up and I have to replace a fender, there's $1,000, boom, right? Oh, but if I total it, then okay, I'm just better off buying a whole nother car because it's gonna cost me more to repair it than it is to actually just buy a new one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
At least compared to the value of that car, right? And that should be in the game too. But I think what you have is the pendulum effect, right? Too little is on one side, and too much is on the other side.
Yeah, but from a development point of view, you also have to argue the point of we are still early in the beta. Is it better just to rip the band-aid and get it over with before you have too much of a player base that's accustomed to this way? Because the
Yeah.
longer they draw it out, the more and more players are going to come in and be accustomed to the way it is now. Whereas they just go ahead and get it over with, yeah, the people that have been here for the last couple months, we're going to have to change the way we do things. But the new players coming in are going to be part of that, and they're going to be accustomed to that. And that's going to be the way they're used to it.
That's funny, Wreck Dad, because like his factory is not even.
Oh, my
running.
factory is tiny, bud. My factory is minuscule compared to some of the factories.
Yeah, he was talking about ones that were living on 3 large cores.
Yeah.
Independent core for refining for T1 and T2 stuff, and 3 and 4 and 5.
Yeah, there are people that have factories that are just insanely massive. Mine doesn't have anything on them.
Just enough to make the voxels I need to make my ships. That's it.
Yeah, and so I think the other thing is too. My fear is the new player experience, right? I
Well-
think the balance changes are good, right? Balance changes are always good, and as much as we complain about it and we're scared of it, right? Spending millions of quanta to unlock recipes is hard and it's gonna hurt, but it makes sense. It totally does. Like, I should not, 2 weeks into this game, be able to have a massive factory that can pump out anything in the game. Like, that shouldn't be a thing, and I
Yeah.
agree with that. I totally agree with that. Right? I shouldn't have 2 large cores and 4 medium cores right now, and a factory big enough to pump out enough pipes and hydraulics to like feed a planet. Like,
Yeah.
that shouldn't be a thing.
Well, think about it from this point of view with new players. If new players come into the game, they're going to have a longer gameplay than we were allowed. We came into the game and it was just bam, 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 in game. And now look how many people have already left the game because of that. If we had come in with a longer road to get to that end game, a lot of those people would still be here trying to do things. I mean, there's no reason why anti-gravs should be that prolific right now. I mean, there's so many flipping anti-gravs out there that they're not even something special anymore.
Yeah,
You know.
I agree. I completely agree.
I
I
mean-
think, and this is a controversial statement as well, and I know people are not going to agree with this. This kind of a massive change, though, like this one, about like
Too much too fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
is that I think most people think too much too fast is common. I think a lot of people agree with that. But this is one of those drastic changes that it
Bizarre,
actually might be worth considering a soft wipe of assets, and people keep their characters and their levels and all that, but you all start back on the starter planet with nothing, right? And I know that 99% of people won't agree with that, but like if you really truly think about it, because their changes are going to hurt the little guys.
Yeah, but then you come into the problem is we're so early into the beta that if you continually wipe, like for any, like this is a small change. I mean, while it seems like a big change to us in the long run of this game, this is a fairly small change.
Is it though? I
It
don't know
is.
if
It is a very small change compared to other things that are coming. And if you wipe for every mediocre change, you're going to lose more players than you're expecting. Empyrean deals with this. A lot of other games deal with this. I mean, every time Empyrean does an update, they wipe all the servers. And they force it. Every single private server is almost force wiped. And they lose half of their player base.
Yeah, and that's bad. And I completely agree. But I
So-
think the problem is.
But you have to be careful
the
with it.
rich get richer and the poor get poorer. That's all the thing that makes me the most concerned,
Mm,
right?
I can
'Cause-
see that perspective, but at the same time, I'm really looking at the point from this game attracts people that have more of a mature mentality in regards to the game, people that want a challenge. And I think that the people coming into the game looking for that challenge are going to appreciate the fact that they can't be maxed out overnight. And then
And I agree too. But and that's one of those things where it's like, okay, so because I didn't even know this game existed, I've played this game for 19 days.
Yeah.
19 days. That's all I've played. And I feel like I've accomplished a lot in 19 days.
you
right?
have.
Now, however, these other groups that have been playing it since alpha, or basically right when the beta started, that have literally dozens of anti-gravs and like hundreds of warp generators,
Mm-hmm.
right? Warp engines, right? And just stockpiled and made. Guess what? Most people, 90% of people, are not going to be able to make those things anymore.
Okay, hold on
Like-
1 second. So we have more people in stream right now. I want to go ahead and make sure everybody knows we do have a special guest in channel tonight. Dank Knight is here with us tonight. He's being rather quiet.
Hello.
Dank, when you're in this channel, don't be afraid to get into it. You know, this is more of an aggressive Discord, more of an aggressive stream. We're kind of crazy. If you have an opinion, put it out there. Okay.
Oh, it's cool. I'm working on that super secret project thing.
Okay.
He's building
Box of
stuff,
I'm
bro. He's building.
zoned in building right now, so
I
I,
just didn't want you to
apologize. I'm so
think that-
quiet.
No, I just didn't want you to think that, you know, I want you to know that you're more than welcome to engage and definitely voice your opinion.
I mean, if they listen to my dumbass, they'll listen to anybody.
Yep.
Right?
So everybody say
I know,
hi
I'll
to
definitely
Dank
speak
Knight.
up. Don't you worry.
Wave hi to Dank Knight. He is in Discord with us tonight. So, and Dank, can you send me the link to your stream real quick? Because I've got so much stuff going on. That way I can just put it in the Discord real quick.
Yeah. Give me a second.
I like what Infodus said. He said, I think right now it's too much stick and not enough carrot. I think that's totally agreeable. Anytime you take stuff away from your players, it's gonna make them upset. It will always make them upset. I don't care what it is, whether it's even in real life too. Like, right? Like, if you take stuff from someone without giving something else to them that's as valuable or more valuable to them, they're gonna be mad. And I'm in the opinion that like
Okay, for those of you
incremental
in channel, if
changes.
you haven't watched Dank, this is his stream. Dank, what times do you normally stream?
Right now, the only real consistent day I have is Sundays because work is as it is very busy until after January. But yeah, Sundays, and then on weekday nights when I can, when I have time.
Gotcha. So make sure you tune in to Dank. He's the one that does the pocket rockets, the actual pocket rockets that look like little mean ass little jets. I absolutely love them. Those things are amazing and beautiful.
Yeah, come on down, check it out.
Yeah. So make sure you tune into the stream and check him out. He's one of the best streamers out there. I love watching his stream. It's always entertaining.
Yeah.
I like, what do you call that ship? The one that kind of looks like a falcon?
The actual pocket rocket, the collapsible one, the compactable one. Yeah, that's the pocket rocket. I can't completely claim that I coined that term because I'm sure people were using that term for just about every compactable ship out there. But
Yeah.
I've definitely sold enough of these now that when I see somebody else they're selling a pocket rocket, I'm like, wait a second, is that my ship? No, okay, cool, we're good. No worries.
Wait, why does it say a pocket? Because I changed it to jet bike. Well, that's irritating. Oh, I must not have changed it in both places. Oh well, I'll fix it for the next one. So now that we got a... Oh, wow.
Bonus chest.
Bonus.
We're out of sync Gundam now.
Oh, Lord. My landing pad is clear. There's room to move around. There's places to land. Look at that. It's actually cleaned up and tidy.
Yeah, I've made a lot of progress on my little hangar here at the spaceport too. I don't know if you've been by here recently, but it's got a whole little garden area and everything. I got a lot of plans in the works for this area. It's fun.
We are actually working on a spaceport that'll be in the middle of the 3 safe zone planets, dead center. And we're going to set up a warp beacon there that'll be accessible to, at first, just friends, but then we will end up making it public. But as a center hub between the 3 starter planets. So it'll be fuel available, markets available, ships available, all kinds of stuff will be available there. There'll be availability for other people to build retail locations or factories or whatever they want there.
But how's that gonna work? Like, if I'm in the org, would I be able to basically put a core attached to that?
Yes.
And like have a small base
So
there?
what I'm going to do is we're going to have a center system. The center point will be one of the castle, except for it'll be multiple cores up and down. So it'll be a tall castle with a thing coming, look like it's actually a space station. And then coming off of that will be a set of landing pads around it, like it is now. And then there'll be roads coming off of that. So anybody that wants to build one, I'll give them permission to place a core overlapping one of those offshoots where they'll be able to then stretch it out and then place a large core there where they off that side of the road.
Would it be easier to just have you place it and then tokenize it? And then just give you a core?
Yeah, that could be done too. Some people like placing their own stuff, so...
Well, I mean, that would allow to make sure that it's done, like, right, though.
Yeah.
Like, you know. It's actually, like,
Big J82, we do have an alliance org.
Did you invite him? No.
Oh, I've been trying to get him in chat to talk to him about it, but yeah, it's XVX Gaming is the alliance org. Or XVXG. Fiddly bitch, yes you can, bud. I am at the castle. Oh, pick a winner, so... And you get to pick up a blueprint while you're here too, Fiddly.
Nice.
So that blueprint I just got from you, after Thursday, am I going to be able to make that thing?
That's a concern, isn't it?
Yeah.
It'll be more difficult.
Yeah, you'll be able to make it. It'll be more difficult, but you'll be able to make it. Okay. And Fiddly, you actually won the tokenized Christmas ornament.
I guess it truly just depends if you actually want to
So,
build the parts.
Head on over, Fiddly.
If you're okay with buying the parts, then it doesn't matter. You'll be able to buy the parts still. But if you want to buy the parts, do it now, because prices are probably going to increase.
Substantially.
So,
I'm trying
Fiddly,
to
when you
decide
get
now if I
here,
really
you can
wanna
pick a
move.
color. Okay, the only color I asked that you don't pick tonight, Fiddly, is green, because I only have one of them left. I gotta make more.
Wow. That didn't happen nearly as much as I thought it did, didn't it?
What?
This Mega me and Pazar just knocked out in like in less than an hour.
It could have been a super, you know, 400,000 or 500,000.
Mm. I pulled 120, 130 out of it. I don't know what she got. But
Yeah.
it had that long flat side like a Mega.
Hey, nice balls.
It was still a mega, it just wasn't a very big one.
Wait, are you here? I heard nice balls.
Yeah, just watching the stream.
It's like, wait.
Check
What?
this game. I think I started.
You better watch
Why
the
you,
camera.
not
You
wearing
better watch
pants,
it on to you that you're only wearing a shirt.
I don't think it will be tomorrow. I really don't. Not Tuesday. I'm thinking more like Wednesday.
I did not start it. Damn it.
Yeah, the repair units thing would be nice, but you never know. That might be coming in that patch.
No, they'd have made it a point to announce it though.
Yeah.
Like they're really good about saying anytime they're adding features, right? So
Yeah.
they're not gonna. They wouldn't say that they're fixing that and adding that without telling us.
Plus they gotta, counter all the bad they just told us, but with some good.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing. All of these changes, none of them are impacting the players in a way that we actually like. And that's what's going to cause problems.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Problem is, people have been enjoying things that they shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotten used
exactly.
to that level of play now, and to have it taken away is like take a child, big giant stupid big ass lollipop away from a toddler. It's
Exactly.
like, this is not, you don't know, you don't get to have this. This is too big for you. You're stupid. You're gonna eat
Yeah.
the whole thing. You're gonna have a tummy ache. No, sorry, can't have
Yeah.
this.
Yep.
Exactly.
And then the toddler throws a fit. It's like, no, sorry.
And that's the hardest part with the beta concept nowadays is people have it in their head that beta is full release because a lot of companies do that. They call the beta a full release so they can say they're selling a game, and then they still keep it in perpetual pre-release or beta mode so they can get away with
The game sucking.
the game having issues. Oh, it's still in pre-release or still in beta. But they try to market it like it's a full release game. And that's what players are expecting now. And
No,
then,
this isn't even being marketed. Like, I found out about this because of watching a streamer. It's like, this
Well,
is
that's what I'm
this is a
saying.
legitimate beta.
that's what players are used to. But then Novacorp comes along and they're like, well, no, this is a beta. This is really a beta. But people still have it stuck in their heads that this is a full release because that's what they're accustomed to. So they think that what they get right then is what they should keep,
Blame Steam for that.
Yeah, that's I was gonna say, you beat me to it. Well, that's Steam's fault because Steam is the king of allowing you to buy and access beta games and alpha games.
Yeah, when this game goes full access, it's probably not going to be $6.99. It'd probably be $14.99 or something like that.
Well, they had,
Per month.
Big J, they did have an alpha. The alpha went on for quite a while, and the alpha was an alpha. That was rough. That was painful. That was just woof.
And constant wipes and all that.
Yeah, the alpha was like wiping every time you turn around. There was no build-up. It was just shoot me now.
Yeah, it was. See if
Yeah, I
one
had a
thing
friend
works.
who
If that
played it
works,
and
okay,
quit it
let's
and
try
never
it.
wanted to play it again because they got sick of constantly wiping every week they logged in, starting over.
Yeah.
That's what an alpha is. I mean,
Yeah.
they're not doing any stress testing. They're testing small things to make sure those are going to work before they do the big things.
Hey, look. I'm actually got the sun up tonight. This is so odd. I'm not used to the sun being up. It's like once every week I get the sun up while I start streaming. And the Christmas ornaments look so pretty over there. The sun makes them look better.
No green one? Oh yeah, I see
Well,
some green ones.
This
I'm
is
doing Paladin Ops right fucking now. I don't even want to hear it.
this is
Yeah,
th-
it's funny that Mira says that because I'm running into it more today than I have in the last several days.
yeah. Well, the biggest thing that I always think about, and a lot of people don't take this into consideration, is if you look at other games in the same genre. I mean, like, okay, I know this is a sore spot for certain people to bring up, but even with Eve, it took Eve years after a full release to get to the stability that this game is already at.
Ain't nothing special.
Empyrean has been going on for 5, 6 years now, and they haven't made the progress this game has in a few months. And I just saw a ship fall out of the sky.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely been very
well, not
impressed with
Imperion.
progress
This
this game's
game
made.
is
I'm not
using a lot
saying
of.
Bounty there.
that. Like, I'm not saying that these changes don't need to be made. They do need to be made. All of them do need to be made.
Yeah.
But you can't make things permanently destructible at the same time that you nerf all the production of everybody so nobody can make replacement parts. You got a repair unit that doesn't work, and you got a bunch of ships that are still hanging in the sky from Alt F4ing out that they're all going to fall to the sky and get broken too.
Yep.
Probably 50% of those at least are going to break the first time somebody jumps into them. Now that's a permanent break, and one of your counts for your permanent breaking, and you have no existing factory market or anything to replace any parts with yet because you haven't given it time yet.
Yep.
So you need to hold off on the permanent fucking destruction until you have another source of income, you have repair units that actually work, and you've given time for the factory change to let industrialists build back up so you have a pool of parts to work with.
Maybe the balance is that they're trying to destroy the existing
on
pool
one
of parts.
And that's
Hold on one
exactly
second,
what I
guys.
said, is they're trying to nerf us who have too much
Guys,
into our
hold on.
old technology.
Fiddly bits. I'm filling up the fuel tank for you, and I'm going to tokenize it and hand it over to you. Nothing special. Welcome to the stream, dude. Good to see you tonight. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If that's their actual goal, right? If they're just trying to like rip ships out of the sky because you literally won't be able to repair them, like that's just gonna drive players away.
Right.
I'm sorry.
That's-
At the end of the day, like I worked my ass off for 2 weeks to be able to afford my first fucking Raptor, and then if I accidentally crash it or their game crashes and I lose it completely and I'm stranded now without a ship, that could be the turning point where I go, fuck this, I'm gonna go play something else.
Fiddly bits. Accept that. I'm going to get the blueprint for you, okay? Because you just want a blueprint, too.
Well, I'm not even saying it can be, but it will be for a large number of people. Just the factory nerf alone is going to be, a lot of people are going to be like, well, fuck, I can't build my stuff anymore. I don't want to. He straight up said that he doesn't want people. He said he's trying to disable people's little factories that can make one thing. They're little independent factories, so they can make their parts. That's how they make their money. He's trying to get rid of that. Make it just the bigger, or the bigger, more invested organizations are the only ones that can make a fucking industry.
Yeah,
And-
because he said it. He wants people to specialize, right? But he wants, not only does he want them to specialize, his goal is he wants everyone participating in the trading, right? Because right
But
now
we all spend way too much fucking time in holes already. This is supposed to be a space exploration building game, and all everybody ever fucking does is dig holes. Now that's the only way to make income, and nobody's got any parts, and nobody can make parts so there's nobody who's even going to be buying the ore, because nobody's going to have the factory that can run the ore. So the ore prices are going to plummet, parts prices are going to skyrocket.
Yeah.
You can't have the permanent destruction implemented at the same time if you want to have any kind of smooth transition, and you don't want just completely negative feedback from it.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I
and
really
I agree
don't
with
think
what,
it's going to be as big of an impact as we think.
I think it is. I totally think it is, right? Because again, here I am, a single player with 2 accounts on Simeon with no one here. If I break my ship, I am stranded here. I will have to pay someone to come and get me and either give me another ship or buy another ship or fix my ship or just give up completely and move to a planet where I can buy stuff because I can't buy it here.
Right, but it's gotta be there's gotta be time. Our warp drives and anti-gravs, warp drives are gonna be important because now you're gonna be, you're gonna
Hold on
have
one
to slow
second.
boat if you crash your ship
Hey,
a couple times.
Fiddly bitch, you need to make sure you claim that ship. You gotta right click on it and use construct key. It should be in your inventory, so right click on it and there's two options at the bottom. One is personal and the other one you can claim it for an org.
Yeah, warp drives went up 500% today because everybody knows they're gonna break it and they're not gonna be able to fucking replace it. Because God only knows when somebody's gonna be able to afford
No problem, Fid.
to get the warp drives. Or
My
here's the other thing: you got mega organizations who have mega orgs who have, hundreds of players, and they're all getting 100,000 at a time. If they introduce the org wallets with it, well, which they said is going to be 0.24, it's all of these people can just consolidate their daily and make enough money to be able to reopen their factories within a very short period of time. To be honest, so it's really only hurting
the
smaller
new
groups.
players,
Yeah.
the small players.
Smaller groups and new players. It's driving off one of the largest MMO
Well,
things. Like
I've already got
it drove
I've already
somebody
got
else.
agreements with 6 different people now to produce different parts that I need that they're
Yeah, but
going to
you're a
focus
streamer,
on.
bro.
No, this is without using
Okay.
streamer context. It's easy to do if you reach out on the Discord. I was using the Discord, the Dual Universe Discord,
Right.
as
They
a
need
builder.
to give it the time for the factory nerf to stabilize before they permanently destroy elements, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
They need to give that stabilization period in between. Otherwise, there's going to be a huge amount of negative feedback, and negative feedback at this point in the game on that level
Would
can
kill it.
kill the game.
Yeah, I completely agree. I literally think that 3/4 of the stress that the players are experiencing about this update could be mitigated if they just say, okay, you know what, we're gonna push back the we're gonna push back the changes to the destruction of the elements, 2 weeks, a month.
Okay, I understand this, but from a developer point of view, if you do that, you're going to run into the situation to where in 2 months down the road, you're going to get the same arguments from the players. And then you're just going to have more players
Not if they know
arguing.
But you're
coming,
not
though.
going to be destroying the market inventory at the same time you're destroying everybody's stuff. And you're not getting rid of all sources of income for everybody without replacing the sources of income.
Yeah,
There's
it's
an
not at
order
all
to
the
do
same
those
thing, dude.
things in. Yeah,
Yeah.
all of those things need to be done, but they need to be done in the right order. And by putting all of these things together at once, it's going to kill stuff. It's going to make bad things happen to this game's reputation. And I'm totally fanboy. I'm going to stick it through, whatever it takes, But I'm saying that if this is irritating me this much, other people are quitting the game
Yeah,
for it.
but the other people quitting the game is going to come down to people like you and I and Dank and other players on this level, doing what we need to do as players to help support that, help keep the game running, and show people that.
But they could
There's-
easily prevent this frustration though. That's
Yeah.
the problem. Because again,
Add this
we're
element
not
to the
saying-
0.24 patch
I know
that
that,
has
but
the
there's
other stuff.
a
It's
lot of things
not that
when
hard.
it comes to programming the game that if they're tied together for any reason whatsoever, there's a lot of things in the back end that you have to look at. The things have to be implemented in a right
Yeah,
order.
there's no way that
from a
the
programming.
element destruction
Oh.
is tied into these other changes though. Like,
Let me finish what I'm saying. There's a lot of things that could be tied into other things that are coming very soon that they have to be implemented in a certain order. Otherwise, it's going to break the game. From a programming perspective, you can't always put things in the order that the players want because, from a programming and coding point of view, it's impossible.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that they do take a lot of input from the community and they listen to what the community is saying. But sometimes listening too much and doing too much what the community wants can also kill a game. So you have to
Yeah.
also take it all
And
with a
that's
grain
what
of salt.
happened
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we hear you.
and,
I
but
think
here's
it's
the thing.
it's too much of a combination of the same
Yeah, I
type
know.
of nerfs to the same stuff at the same time.
But I'm looking at the other stuff they have coming soon, and the destruction and the things like that, or the parts, the industry things. Those two things can both be tied into a lot of other things that are coming very soon.
Yeah,
If those two things aren't implemented, you're not going to be able to follow that chain, and you're not
Like
going to be able
what?
to implement the other
What's
things.
an example of that?
But
Well,
you
repairing
should,
the
but you should be able to
fixing the
add
repair
that
station.
next.
Yeah, but fixing the repair station. If you're going to
That
have
should have already been done.
if you're going to have destructible parts, that will have to be taken into consideration at the repair station, which means if they had already gotten the repair station working and then later on added the destructible parts, the repair station would then be broken. And they would have to re-repair
I
it.
don't see why that is.
That's what I'm saying. And really looking at it from a programmer point of view, a developer point of view, those things are very tied in together. And if they're not done in the right order, you break the entire game, and then the players really do without.
Okay, then why have they already released 3 fixes for the repair units? If that's the case, they should have just not bothered and waited until they could do it.
They were probably trying to just make it work to a certain degree, and then you notice they haven't tried to do it again recently.
It's kind of like in EVE Online. Whenever they had all the bosses and everything, and they decided, hey, we don't like these bosses, we want to pull them out, and then they tried to pull them out, and it's systematically tied to all these other systems. I mean, sometimes you just have a core system that is like fundamental to the game mechanics that even though it wasn't enabled right away, it may have been disabled, but it was still there under the scenes. All they're doing is turning it on.
Yeah. And the way coding works and the way certain things work in the game, there's a lot of things that are tied together that you're not going to expect to be tied together. And it's really difficult to understand if you're not a programmer or have any programming experience.
Then they need to say so. They did not say so, and so I'm going to assume that they're doing it. Yeah,
I think that is a cheap-ass defense.
It
I think
is.
it's too
It
late to
completely
fix it
is.
right now, though, as a programmer.
That's the problem, is that they waited too long to make the announcement and get the feedback, and now they're stuck with a shitty decision because they've already programmed it.
So when you're working with 3D on this, especially rasterized 3D, you can do what's called baking it. When you create a new update for the game, and that can take days, like
They
even
said
on high end.
this isn't a decision that was recent. This is something they were talking about back in the development videos back during Alpha 1 or Alpha 2.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then they need to explain why they need to do all of those nerfs at the same time with nothing to compensate for it, because that's ridiculous. You can't have that.
It's because they need these systems enabled so they could put the other systems in that build on top of it.
But who has said that? Has any of them, any of the actual NQ people? No, none of them. That's all supposition by us.
You're just like fanboy defending that that's required without any evidence that it is.
No, that's experience. I mean, Jay, I mean, you've worked with other programs and software before to where there's things that are just kind of a necessary step in a building block process, right?
But then,
and then explaining that to a customer and getting them to understand why it has to be that way.
I also know that from a company standpoint, anytime you do anything bad, you better be ready to do something good to offset that.
And they're not, and that's
and that's where the problem is coming in. They would have implemented one of these 2 changes and gave some new content that people will be talking right now about. Oh, we added blah blah blah. We get some new missions today or something. 2 negatives and 1 patch, and that's pretty much all they did. They didn't even have to implement the corporate wallets.
They didn't even. They did stuff to PvP that didn't really. Projected PvP.
They screwed off PvP too because they made it where the dynamic cores keep moving and you can't catch the ship.
Yeah.
So I mean, everybody gets pissed out of this. I'm actually
nobody
to tell my guys that this patch is coming through. To be honest.
Yeah, that's how bad it is. So when it gets to that level, there needs to be rethinking of what you're doing.
I mean, this is still really, really early in the game's life cycle too. So none of these stats or none of these changes that they're making now may end up making it all the way to release. They may revise them or change them.
But where the problem is going to be is if, let's say they have 20,000 users now and they lose 10 because of this. This game may never make it to release.
What I'm looking at right now is not flying my ships between this patch and the next one until there's more stuff or something. You know, it's not worth playing during that time because you're just going to lose everything without getting anything back.
I don't think we need to panic over the recipes yet, though. I mean, it really could be a fact of, okay, basic engines are 10,000. Militaries are 10 million.
If it's going to be that easy.
To be perfectly honest with you, this is something that should have been in the game day one. It's not
Of
something that they should
Well-
have waited so long for, because now everybody's got a head start.
Well, that's exactly. If you saw what I typed in the stream earlier, basic
Well-
rule of thumb is you never give an entitlement and take it away. It's suicide.
Yeah, even JC had said that himself in the stream today, that if this had been done in the beginning and then we flipped it back to how it is now, people would be complaining about loss of immersion.
Right, but the problem is now is if you do have corporations that have 400 warp drives out there, they're going to have a strategic edge that
Yeah.
could actually impact PvP in the future.
To be honest with you, at
Everything.
the end,
They're going
at
to
the
own
end,
the game.
Yeah, and I have to agree with what Matthew says in regards to this. It's the same thing you've seen in every single other game development line. Every single one. They make mistakes, they screw up from time to time, and in 4 years, none of us are going to give a crap about
Yeah.
any of this.
I mean, could you remember how bad it was, Sir, whenever we were playing Eve back in Alpha,
Oh God. Ugh.
and all the broken systems
Not
and everything?
even
but
alpha.
we just-
Even after they went full release, it was just like you
Do you
try to
remember
work through a
before they
gate
had-
and your ship would disappear, or you'd randomly be in a different ship. That was a really irritating one.
do you remember when they didn't
Let's
have?
talk about the actual game we're playing.
Well, it's all
No,
relevant.
we're trying to make a comparison. You know, in regards to development, there other games have had major issues. Imperion's. Go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, so Imperion's most recent major update was where they changed the star map to where now you have procedurally generated maps where you can have thousands of solar systems in a single server. But the problem is nobody's server can run it and nobody's computer can handle it. So every time anybody logs in, looks at the star map, their computer goes and they're done.
You remember when you would ride around on a motorcycle in Imperion, you just fall through the ground?
Yeah.
The
So-
difference I'll say about these games that launched with bad releases, though, in 2003, I actually read a statistic on this the other day. 70% of MMOs were successful back when, between 2000 and 2007. Now it's like 90% are failures.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
Different market, and it's
But-
going to be hard if they piss
to
people
be,
off.
to
But-
be honest with you, all these all these arguments that y'all are making is one of the main reasons why I'm a firm advocate that when they go full release, they should just flat wipe. I mean, that's my opinion, and it's not a popular opinion, but that would alleviate all this stuff because this is basically essentially a playtest. That's all this really is.
And
I would agree, but I think they've already made the statement that they're not going to, and now they're going to piss people off with that.
But he's
No,
said it
he
today,
said that
too,
he is going
that he
to
would do
avoid
it if he needs to.
He's going. That's all he's ever said. He's never said I will not wipe. He has said multiple times I do not want to wipe, but if I'm left no choice, I will. Or I'm going to. We want to avoid any wipe possible, or we might have to do some degree of a wipe, but not a full wipe. So he's never actually said we will not wipe.
He said it today. He said, I don't want to, but we will if it's necessary.
I think an asset wipe, but allowing people to keep
Yeah.
their bases and their blueprints.
Like,
Your skills.
I'm actually under the firm belief that at launch, like if you're physically releasing a game, basically take all the time applied, like all the credit, just give it to everybody on release, and just let them start over from scratch. Because I don't know about you, but there's some skills that if I could go back and redo my skill tree, I would love that.
You're
'Cause
going to get to do that, though. They've already said
Dude,
any major
I
changes
made-
to the talents they're going to respec.
I'm the same boat, dude. I started out making some stupid choices in my talent tree, knowing nothing about this game, and now if I could go back and redo it with the specific path in mind, I would be able to do T5 almost everything at this point.
So when you guys were talking talking earlier about good and bad things, if they would have give that to everybody in this patch, we wouldn't even be arguing about all the other stuff. Everybody would be so excited. I mean,
Yeah, I
that's
agree with
exactly
Mira about the
what
outer
they're
planet PvP. But
Yeah, I agree. And I'm just gonna say it. My hats is off to JC. He's made a fantastic product, and this is the same. This is basically what I've been wanting to build for ages, and now it's like here.
Yeah, and as
Dude.
far as
Absolutely.
as far as fanboying the game, I'm the first person. I will hit up every single one of the devs I talk to. I talk to several of the devs on a daily basis and the admins and stuff on a daily basis. And I am the first person to send them a message saying, yo, that is messed up. You should not have done that.
Yeah.
But at the same
And
time,
I think
want
it's
this
But I
to
important
hear
to
you
know-
defending
grow.
this.
I know, but I
Yeah.
want this game to grow. And there are
So
a
the
lot of
question is,
positive things. in
Have
this
you
game.
shot him a message saying, "Listen, you're getting a ton of negative
Yes.
feedback on
In
this"?
fact, I've sent 4 of them messages telling them they need to watch this stream from tonight so they can get into the conversation and see what's going on and what people's thoughts are.
Yeah, and if any of them,
I am
want to
very
join, they're
blunt about
welcome to.
I am
So
very
this
blunt
is
about
my
that.
thing, though. Here's a simple thing. There's not a single person in here that has stated that they shouldn't add these features. No one has thought that.
No.
Everyone agrees that they should be done.
But the
argument
argument
is
is the
they
application or
Is they
implementation.
shouldn't be done at the exact same time.
See, my argument is like, this is a fantastic system. I mean, really, it's a great idea, but there's no other supporting systems that go along with it that really need to be there before. So, for instance, like, there needs to be other avenues of gameplay besides just manufacturing and mining and PvP.
Yeah. No,
We said that's coming.
yeah.
I get the
Okay.
feeling that
Devil's advocate here. If this was 2005 and you were participating in a game beta, how would your opinion be different?
it'd be free.
Exactly. You beat me to it. You beat me to it. It'd be fucking free. I'm not paying for it.
It would be free.
But I'm saying
And
is
then I
even
couldn't complain at all.
even the games that people bought to participate, like there was a lot of games at that time frame that people would pre-purchase and be allowed access to beta. They pre-bought the game, so they've already paid for the game, and they're gonna keep playing the game after it's full release, but they're getting access to the beta. That was one of the perks that a lot of people would include in pre-purchasing. You get access to the
That
beta.
was rare at that time, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, sir, just because Mira said it, your mom. I had to say it because he said it in chat. I'm sorry.
You missed a thing. when
But I
you
mean,
said-
also another thing that almost every other beta has done in the past if there's a beta, they wipe before launch.
Yeah.
So everybody knows what's going on. In the case of this one, I mean, I think this guy has the greatest ideas of anybody I've seen for a game in a long time.
Yeah.
They really just suck on their marketing. Like
I
they
think
really,
he's doing it from a gamer's point of view and not from a businessman's point of view.
Yeah.
And in some aspects, that's refreshing and it's a nice change. In other aspects, he needs somebody in there, in his ear, with that business point of view in mind. It's kind of like Trump and his tweets.
Yeah.
Oh, let's not go
But,
there.
you,
That's
but
fine.
let's
I'm
not
not
get
trying to get into a
political,
political
but-
conversation, but you see what I'm saying.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
there's a lot of potential for his point of view and how things are done. And it's a great point of view, but the practical application sometimes falls short.
There is a system that Eve had like a long time ago that would do this game really well. A player, what's it called? Kind of a CSM type thing.
Yeah, counter stellar,
You want to break it down for people who didn't lose their
So the
existence
counter
for that game?
stellar management, or the CSM, was a player elected government in game. All the players voted on people that were actually players of the game, and a group of people were elected that were players, not paid by. They weren't employees of. I think they got some perks while they were as part of the CSM. But the CSM was directly involved in the development of the game for a long period of time until it kind of became a token position.
That also led to some downfalls to Eve too, because it became a popularity contest.
Well-
and Megacorp got their people in.
It did.
And the
Yeah.
next thing you know, the Megacorp's got everything they want, and the little guy's got.
No, I'm mostly thinking though is just like major systems feedback. Nothing to do that's like direct game mechanic wise, so to speak, but mostly like a player kind of feel. Like this is how it feels to be a player. You know.
Should have their customer service. One
Yes.
of them on each one of these streams tonight, because I guarantee you, everybody and their brother is talking about
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Well, so here's the thing, and Info just brought this up in chat. I would love to be a fly on the wall to look at their monthly sales meeting of like subs and resubs. The when this month ends, like, or even when like the week is over, right? Because I'm really curious how it'll affect it. And again, I know people are saying, "Oh, it's not going to make that huge of an impact," but
Well,
I really do think it will.
It
Because
will.
there's people will be so frustrated by their lack and inability to do stuff and feel safe to do anything.
Well, it's
I'm
going
going to be terrified to go mining because if I accidentally crash my ship, I could literally lose all the wealth I have in the game.
Which
Well,
is
it's
90%
exactly what-
of my wealth is tied up in one ship.
which
I
is
mean, it
exactly what
sounds like
Info-
there isn't. You're not going to just go out there and like the ship's going to die after one attempt too. It's going to have like multiple respawns after the parts have all broken, after everybody's
Well,
dead.
I
So it's
mean,
like,
as an executive in a company, I'll tell you this right now: they've got a renewal for the people who started. Coming up, what, next week?
Yeah.
If there was any patch they needed to do this week, it should have been all positive. Let those people renew and do this one in January.
Well,
That's
see,
what they-
see, like what Info said earlier, like in chat, is like that alone. If people don't resub and there's a massive decline in player base, it's not necessarily going to affect the game long term per se, but
Hopefully.
it will speak with their wallet.
Well-
It has a tendency to, like, if you have a massive decline,
And
then you're
honestly,
forced to sit back and look at the
I
circumstances.
said earlier that I feel like they feel like they've made enough money to support their development for long enough now that they don't care if people drop their subscriptions after this point and come back to
I
it later.
would beg to
They
differ.
they've got enough so they can take a hit of one sub
Hey,
cycle or whatever.
They had their money to complete the development of the game before they even opened the game up for beta. They didn't
Okay.
need these
Well,
subs.
they
Yeah, that's a good
they
thing.
did, but they have actually been bringing on a lot of new staff
Uh-huh.
because of the player outcome. They've hired a lot of new people. Their cost of operation has gone up considerably.
Well, and beyond all that, if you heard him, I don't know if it was today or his other interview, they have a lot of investors now. He took a lot of back-end investors to pay for the game, which is where that
Yep.
money's coming
So
from.
they don't give a shit about subs.
Investor sees, and if an investor comes in and sees that the subs drop 50% in a month,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to pull out.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the terms of the investments, really. I mean, you're
It
getting
doesn't
into a
matter.
whole lot of-
Any investment you do, they're going to have something in the contract that if they feel you're not making the best decisions in the best interest of their investment, that they will be able to
They
step
can
away.
Step out,
Usually,
yeah.
usually there's a rectify period. So, like, if there's like something breaks or something like that, you know, this is software
Yeah, but they're
development.
still going to have people
The
break
fact
down
that
their
it
necks.
comes to that means it doesn't matter. It's gone too far.
Exactly.
I was just kind of playing.
So
with
the
it.
investors, well, there's a couple of things that you can do, because that's one of the things I do on the side too. Is if you're doing it as a venture capitalist, you actually own a percentage of that company, and I would guarantee you that this guy doesn't own 50% because he started off. He even said he's basically a nobody.
I would be willing to bet he does own 50% of the company.
I bet he doesn't. I bet you he doesn't.
Guarantee, because
There's no way he has that capital to own that.
he actually told what he came from. He actually worked at a robotics place, and he never was even a programmer. He was just a low-level person in a company that came
Yeah,
up.
but he knows the consequences of giving up control. You know, he's a
There's a
smart
difference
man.
between the company having the majority and him personally. And I bet you he doesn't have a personal control of the company. There's
No
no way.
offense, no offense if JC is here, but if he gave up more than 50%, he's a fool.
That's just how venture capital works.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
don't get a choice.
Yeah,
Well,
you don't
yeah,
have
yeah.
like you can have
Well,
your
if you choose to take the money or not.
yeah. You can have
Now,
your
he would give anybody a bigger share than himself. That's why you diversify your investors. But if he has like 5 or 6 of investors that say they're losing confidence, they can do a vote of no confidence and get them out of the company.
Exactly. That's the reason why I say if you don't have a way of securing your spot, I don't know. I'm gonna try not to offend anybody, but you're not a very smart businessman.
well, but that's in truth, I don't care about any of that. I don't give a shit about whether he has control of the company or not. That's not my fucking problem. I don't care. Like literally, in my opinion, we're so far off topic of talking about shit that
Yeah.
doesn't actually matter. Like what I
We
care
are.
about is if I enjoy this game, and if they're removing features that will make it where I won't enjoy this game, and I cancel 3 subs to it, because I have 3 subs for me and my alts, because I'm a single playing guy out on fucking Tatooine in the middle of fucking nowhere who digs holes and sells ore. And if I can't do that because they break my ability to even repair my ore hauler because I can't make the replacement parts, then
Hey,
fuck 'em.
I'm not a fan of. I'm not really personally. I am not a fan of the 3 strikes and you're out policy. You know, I think
Well-
that you should be able to repair the ship with parts or something like.
Yeah, but
take
if you
power
think about
systems
any
or
other game, like look at Empyrean. I mean, Empyrean, you fly around the planet, just cruising around the planet, and you got NPCs blowing you out of the air.
I
And
think it'd
then
be
you're
Which will
done.
be a thing eventually.
But what
See,
I'm
I
saying
think it'd
is,
be-
is there's no 3 strikes. when it's gone, it's gone.
Well, you
Play
could
style.
still repair the ship.
The playstyle is a lot faster and different on that, though. Same
See-
thing as on Space
Yeah,
Engineers,
but I'm
where
just
it's
See how-
saying.
be a lot faster. It's the resources and time that's invested
Yeah.
in a ship at this point that makes it a
I
problem.
think
And
they could
like I
have
said,
negated.
the fact that there's going to be nothing on the market except super stupid expensive ships, ores are going to sell for dirt because nobody's going to want to buy them because they can't use them in their factories, and so there's no way to make income to buy replacement parts when what he wants is people to use the market to buy replacement parts. Well, there's not going to be a market yet when you get rid of all these parts, and there's going to be just a bunch of people with busted ass ships that are stranded where they are.
It's the market and everything's going to normalize. It's one of those things where you'll have a huge
Exactly.
influx, and then it'll balance itself out.
Well,
It'll
the-
balance. So give
the
it that
bot
time to
sells the
balance
parts.
out before you make permanently destroyed things. Like,
Exactly.
So what they could have done to fix the permanently destroyed things is not do the factory.
Hold on one second. Just a reminder, everybody, there is an ornament blueprint giveaway going on right now, so make sure you enter that with ! raffle. Okay,
So-
go ahead.
So what they could have done is they could have done the changes to the damage. Put the
I would have staggered it.
this time, and nobody would have bitched about it.
Exactly.
Right.
Like exactly.
that's all we're
Give it
asking
a-
is to
give it
stagger
2
it a
more
little bit
weeks.
and let the factory stuff stabilize and the market stabilize a little bit before you remove the ability. You're removing the ability to make backup parts. Give us a little bit of time in between before you remove the ability to repair infinite number of times.
See,
Yeah,
I
like
would have.
give me 2 weeks. Just give me 2 weeks to figure out what the hell these changes to the factories are actually going to do.
Thank you for the host,
And-
Tank Knight.
And then in addition to that,
Should have done that a while ago. My bad.
right,
No problem.
give me
You're all
2
good.
weeks to stockpile some parts because I'm going to need them. Right?
I mean, I would have actually maybe started off with a little higher number of broken parts, like maybe 10 or so, and then scaled it
I
down
mean,
to 3 after a
Honestly,
couple weeks.
all this would have been mitigated if they would have given us a more definitive. In 3 weeks, we are doing this.
Yes. It was
Yeah.
poor communication because now everyone's freaking out because we have
Now we're doing
2
it
days.
early this week. Yeah, so at
we have
most
2 days.
weeks.
We have
At
two
most 2
freaking
days.
So you
I
do
tried-
notice though that he said in that stream today, he did not clarify if it was 3 times. He said it could be 3 times, it could be 4.
3 or 4 different depending on the element.
Well, and he also may have not answered that on purpose because if the feedback comes back really, really, really harsh, he may make it 10.
Well, there's times, Mirror, whenever the ship just crashes for no reason. I've had
Yeah,
ships
I
just
mean,
go
raise your hand if you've seen your ship blow up because you moved it with the movement tool.
Actually, my
Right.
favorite one was that it's skipping across the surface of Talamex, floating in the air as it
Cartwheeling.
did cartwheels. Yeah.
The whole thing doesn't have to explode. It can be 1 or 2 pieces getting damaged, broken here, 1 or 2 pieces getting broken there. I don't know about you, but I rarely ever damage a piece that doesn't just break.
Yeah,
I literally logged into the game today. I was in my ship when I logged in. The ground didn't res, so my ship and myself fell through. And then when the ground resed, everything blew up.
Can I link a clip?
That's
My
happened to
problem
me
is-
before, too.
Yeah.
My problem is the lack of a market replacement parts right off the bat when you have
Check.
people's ships breaking.
Did you? Oh, you said
Just
can I make
linked
a
it
clip?
in stream. Yeah, no, I just linked a clip in stream. That clip is an
it
image of
didn't
my
link.
buddy landing.
Here,
Oh,
Hold on.
I think
That's weird.
also, right?
but like the ship is landing at the spaceport, right? And it doesn't. I literally watch it go by, and it doesn't even hit anything on my view. And he
just
says
floats.
it doesn't hit anything on his view. And like the whole back end, like you just literally just watch the whole back end of the ship just explode piece by
He
piece. and
probably
it's
hit a
just like,
mine
wow.
voxel, like a
That-
single voxel in the air.
It's not. I promise. Like I've landed there before many a times. It's
What does the
perfectly
command allow somebody to do links? Because I don't even have it
fine.
blocked.
Exclamation point permit.
Yeah, but ship.
I
or-
think the clip itself just died. It did link it.
Okay, but
Or at
bot
least it left the
prices
link in
for
there, I think.
ores are garbage for them buying the ores, and bot prices
Just send
for
it to me and
ship
I'll
parts
post it.
to buy
I
them
don't know why
are
you're not able to post it. That's
ridiculously high.
irritating.
I still think they're, even with all the other stuff, their single biggest problem now is that the recipes pull cash out of the economy without a steady way of putting cash.
If you're in stream, the link I'm
Again,
posting
yeah.
right now is the link that Dank said he was posting. So that's Dank's link. Dank Knight?
Ultimately, I think that's going to be the problem. Like, there's going to be people who've got stockpiles of cash are going to be fine. They'll probably get their factories back up and going to some extent.
See, I was actually kind of thinking, like, I've got like 5 million cash on me now, and I was thinking about doing that warp beacon, but now I'm starting to wonder if I should save that cash and buy blueprints instead.
I actually would save every dime I got because I seriously think you're going to see market contraction, deflation, because, like I said, everybody's going to take, to my knowledge, the only way to get money is to sell to the bots, which nobody's going to do now.
You realize when power management comes out, they're gonna hear this same argument all over again.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. All the crap
Oh,
ship
yeah.
designs I've seen, just going poof overnight.
That's the reason why if you look at all my ship designs, they're designed to be flexible on the inside, so I can add in, you know, those kind of things. Because I know they're coming. They've said they're coming. They've been saying they're coming, kind of like with this stuff. So I'm expecting it. My ships are
I
designed.
would honestly never build one of your ships on the blueprint, at least, with a military or anything other than a basic engine from here on out.
I would have to agree with him on that. I think it's going to be so much more expensive to buy and make military
Oh, I know.
engines.
I'm gonna actually make blueprints with them swapped out with the regulars.
I'm stockpiling enough to make 100 pocket rockets right now. I have the order in. That way and they all come with military engines. So fuck it. If people are gonna not be able to sell them with military engines for the foreseeable future, I will be.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm thinking about logging in, building a whole bunch of military engines just so I could throw them up on the market with an inflated.
Well, we have the
I
stuff.
have already got a bunch.
We have
I was going to put them on my ship, but
we have the stuff already on its way for the last of that warp beacon. So Sniper already has the factory queued up. So in case it goes live, anything that's already queued up and running, just waiting for supplies, will finish.
That's fantastic.
So everything's already queued up and waiting for him just to toss the materials in there, so he don't lose all that work on that warp beacon.
Since I want to build a space core, and those space cores are expensive and they're a pain in the butt, do you think I should just go ahead and buy the space core?
They're probably already gone up in price. I think they're like
Honestly,
4 or 5 mil.
I think they'll go back down. Like I said, we're going to be pulling money out of the economy, even if things are, in percentage wise to what people make, going up. It's going to be a contracting economy, which makes deflation.
One good thing about all this
is Matthew like that.
This has actually gave me enough time that my skills have caught up, so I have good piloting skills now, so I don't even need the military engines anymore.
Yeah.
They're just a bonus.
I mean, that's good for you guys that have been playing this game since fucking alpha, but for a guy like me who's been playing this game for 2 weeks, I have to choose, do I want to be able to mine, or do I want to be able to not crash a ship?
You're gonna, as soon as you get some of your mining skills underneath you, dude, you need to actually queue up some piloting skills.
Yeah, you don't even need them maxed.
I have to prioritize.
But you don't even need them maxed.
We got to definitely keep in mind too that a lot of the information we got today was a little bit vague, and a lot of the conversation that's happening because of it is over information that is rather vague, and a lot of the back and forth is also over things that we don't know for sure are going to be
making assumptions.
Yeah, we're making a lot of assumptions.
What's the old saying about assumptions?
Yeah, it makes an ass out of everyone.
But again, that's their fault. It is all their fault. All the negative PR they're experiencing right now is their fault because they're vague. They gave the politicians answers. They didn't give us any figures. We don't know if one of these blueprints is going to be 5,000 to make a screw.
They open the door. They open the door to all of this speculation, and they're not giving any other information, and they threw it at us with almost no time to prepare for it, saying, this shit's happening real quick, all of this at the same time.
Hey, but you know what this is, though? This is also providing them an absolute shit ton of community feedback on a whole spectrum. So they're getting to see what the mass of people really want, and they can make some final decisions because of it. Maybe they don't really know for sure what they're going to do. Maybe they don't know for sure how much they're going to charge for blueprint, and now they're seeing what people are saying. Oh, well, I don't want to pay 10,000 for. Oh, I don't want to pay 100,000. I don't want to pay this much.
I don't give a shit how much the blueprints are, to be honest. I mean, make them expensive, make them take a long time to get. Just don't destroy everybody's existing shit while everything is trying to stabilize. That's a dick move.
What Dank is saying is the fact that, you know, like, that's part of the reason why I'm keeping with the conversation tonight and allowing this conversation is, yes, Mira, I know, it's just old habits. I played Imperion too long, but, they need to see this stuff. They need to hear this conversation. In fact, I've told multiple of them tonight, and I'm going to send them links to this when we're done tonight, that they need to watch the stream and make sure JC sees this, and they will. I have no doubt about that.
If there's any new players out there, the two skills that you probably need the absolute most when it comes to piloting is your atmospheric engine altitude efficiency, and the one that's the aileron.
2-week train for a new player.
Well, it's worth every dime. Just train it.
Yeah, but then that means you can't mine until you do it because you don't have the attack augmentation.
Mining skills.
Well,
So,
you get your basic mining skills out of the way first. But I'm saying,
Yeah,
like,
okay, but even the basics take a week, dude.
I know.
right, so you're looking at 3-4 weeks
Well,
before you can decently pilot
so-
a ship and dig a hole.
So here,
Yeah, I regret wasting any points on mining. I don't even like to mine. It's not what I wanted to do. I don't regret feeling like I was forced to do that in the beginning, to be honest.
I mean, I see what you're saying, and I agree with what you're
The reason-
saying.
the reason why I was talking about airfoil altitude efficiency and the engine altitude efficiency is because it makes all the difference from needing like a military boosted engine or rocket boosters to being able to just leave the atmosphere without actually needing all this extra crap.
Or just, don't try to haul fucking 18 million containers out
Well,
with 3 elements. Is
sir-
the way I see it. Build your
sir,
ship so that your shit lives.
Serp, you remember how it was, even when we weren't carrying a lot of weight, when we were first getting started and our skills were low, it was because our engines kept cutting out. And
Yeah, so
that
just
fixed
to
it
give
all.
you an example, 3 days ago, I tried to take the Diablo out, empty. Could not get out of atmosphere. Could not get it. And now I will say, adding the level 2 to all the skills except for the altitude, I still haven't got to that. Made it to where I can get out now. But I think those skills are maybe a little too harsh. Like, some of their skills, they're not just like, okay, a little boost here and there. It's like, well, hell, a boosted ship plus those skills doubles your efficiency because they're multiplicative. That's kind of a little harsh. You should make it hard for a person, but you shouldn't make it to where they can't actually accomplish it. Same with mining. If you don't get the mining skills, like the augmented backpack, you're fucked. You basically cannot go down.
Which he also said is getting nerfed so that we don't have the container link, which pisses me off because my whole purpose in investing all those points in there was to be able to reach the market from my fucking factory. So now I'm not going to be able to reach it, so there's no point. Like, I could have just kept my skills where they were. They were fine before. I'm going to have to do what everybody else does and leapfrog containers to my ship. It's not like it's anything special or hard or complicated. You dig a freaking hole, you plop an extra small dynamic core down, you throw a large container on it, and you piggyback up to your ship. There's no adventure to it. It's just an extra little complication, an extra little step, and a bunch of fucking containers that you haul around so you can't haul as much ore.
I mean,
not
honestly,
heavy.
dude, I won't be too upset about this patch if I could make all the parts on like my Diablo with basics for 15 million. Like, I mean, if I could get the recipes to make everything it requires on this ship for that, I won't be happy, but I'll be all right. I'll make it through it. If it's 50 million, I'm going to have to really consider whether I want to take a break until more content is added at some point. Because I don't know how I can afford to do anything but mine.
Yeah.
It's all anybody's going to be able to do is mine, dig fucking holes, unless you're part of a mega corporation who can afford to buy a bunch of recipes right away, and then you can go ahead and then you're the guy who's buying fucking ores at super low prices during this.
I don't even know that the mega corporations will benefit from that info. I mean, the problem is going to be then they have to have the recipe proportional to the amount of people there, so they're not even going to be able to supply their own people to an extent.
I think honestly though, I think these changes, if anything, it's the equivalent of the rich get richer and the poor get poorer.
Oh, hardcore right now.
The big groups are actually gonna benefit from this.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
if I would have focused on if I would have focused on, instead of focusing on my resources on building myself to make my own base of operations stronger, and I would have focused it just on monetizing everything, then I'd be rich as fuck right now. And with this change, I wouldn't even care. I'd be like, whatever, let me buy all the shit for my stuff, and I'm right back in operation. Only now I'm making a way bigger profit margin. Only I didn't. I chose to play the game and not try to just buy everything. I wanted to explore the game itself because I like playing games, not just playing fucking market.
Really, it does kind of crap on the solo player just a smidge, but I mean, realistically,
Just a smidge.
Just a smidge? Are you kidding me?
let's just say it. This is a group game. This is a teamwork game, and that's how the game was designed to operate. It's not really designed.
You know, his first statement.
Yeah,
that
but
he
I
will come
am-
to this game though was he wasn't going to dictate how you played this game.
I'm
Yeah.
factory oriented, and I'm mining and factory oriented. That's what I'm focused on. So I should be able to do that. Only I don't have the cash on hand, so all my machines are going to get shut down. While the guy who monetized his factory and didn't invest nearly as much of the time and work into actually building up the factory is going to be able to fucking dominate now because of this
Well,
change.
and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's only 3 things that you can do in this game right now: build ship. Well, 4: build ships, mine, make a factory, or PvP.
And now you can't do really any of it except for mine.
Right.
Right.
And that's where the real.
And everybody's already sick of fucking mining in a space game.
I mean, like, I'm just looking at people like Gotchar that just. I mean, dude, if I was him, I would probably be going out and having some beer tonight.
No, you know what?
You
Gotchar's
fucking
fucking fine because he makes enough money off of his shit
Yeah,
that
he's
he's
sitting on
got-
so
he
many
banked.
millions. He'll be able to buy all.
yeah,
of these
he's gonna
fucking
bring
blueprints.
like a couple of each line up right off the bat, and he's gonna go right from there. Only he's gonna charge a fuckload more and make a bunch more money.
What's a
Again.
lot of money right now? Because the devs were talking about that. They were talking about 150 billion to like retool a whole industry, like the Gigafactory right now. And they said they looked and nobody even had anywhere close to that.
Yeah, but I've spent well over 100 million, and I don't even try to make money.
Hey,
that's
all of
money that's
all,
going back and forth in the game. That's not money that is liquid in somebody's account.
all this is gonna do is just make it to where people have to specialize. If they want to do certain things, they just need to specialize on what they want to do. You know,
Based on what he said in the stream, I think that is absolutely wrong.
Well-
Because what he said in the stream is it's based on time and tier. So everybody's going to be specializing in tier 1 cheap shit, and nobody's going to have the money to do the other. Plus, let's be honest, if I got 100 or 10,000 people making screws, am I actually ever going to profit off of that? I mean,
Yeah, he said that the basic stuff will be purchasable with your daily login amount. So, okay, so the beginning stuff's going to be cheap, but the higher tier stuff's going to be super expensive. And again, that's where I'm saying that having permanently destroyed stuff coming into play without having the extra income to be able to make the money to buy, because like you said, all of that money being used to buy those things is going into the system and not coming back out.
yeah, I would have took a different approach on it. Instead of saying like your engine is completely done, I would have made it require like new injectors or an injector manifold or something like that. You know, like
that's what I was saying earlier. I
Like
don't know if you
Space
guys saw
Engineers,
what I
where it
said
takes
in
the
chat.
components to repair it.
yeah,
They could have everything in the game alone right now from the manufacturing point and made a whole other tier, which would be really easy. Call it military tier 2, which is 30% better, and had whatever has these extra things that you could do and make those require recipes.
well, they've already said tier 2 is like tech level 2 is coming. They talked about that a while back.
Yeah, but I mean, if they did that, then you wouldn't have destroyed the gameplay for a lot of people, and they'd have something to work towards, and you would have essentially got to the same goal, because at some point the basic stuff is going to be like, who wants to use basic?
Hey, Serp, is it time to do that raffle? This says you can no longer enter the raffle.
Yeah, it ran out. Only one person entered because everybody's into the conversation tonight.
Well, and nobody wants to build anything right now for anything like that because we don't want. It's tomorrow is the fucking, or well, whatever, 2 days, whatever.
2 days, 3 days, we don't know yet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when he says we don't, we don't like to do things towards the end of the week because then the weekend's coming up and it's going to be this week, so it's going to be soon. It's like, okay, so what, by Wednesday? Because otherwise it's towards the end of the week.
See, one thing they do definitely need to do. This is something they need to nail down. They need to pick a day of the week, and that is their major maintenance window for patch deployment. And if it don't make it to that patch day, you roll it back to the next week.
Right. If they were uncertain what time it was going to be done, if they were uncertain when it was going to be released this week, then they should have just said, okay, next week Monday we're going to be releasing this. And if they already knew exactly when they're going to release it, then they should fucking tell us, because this up in the air shit is just making everybody try to scramble and panic and causing chaos and bullshit. The
Well,
only
it's
reason
already-
I can see that they're doing this the way that they're doing it is to intentionally set everybody back. Like, not just in the fact of you have to like rebuild your industry, but that they're also intentionally trying to make a bunch of those high-end parts get destroyed if possible in the interim, before people can get enough to get up to that tier.
Honestly, this is just my opinion and my opinion alone. I kind of feel like their perception on the market and the way the market would work is completely misguided. They think that the market alone and the current build system alone is enough to keep the market sustained. And it's not. Like, all this is going to do is it just sets people back. Once people catch up, the market will go right back to the sinkhole crap fest that it is now, where no one needs money. I mean, there's nothing driving the market. That's what I've been arguing the whole time. There's nothing driving that market. There's no unique components or unique parts on that market to keep it fed. Like, everyone can still do everything. It's just going to take them longer to get to that point.
Well, and while you're on your way up to that point, you're buying the things that you need that you can't make yet, which does drive it, especially with destroyable things. There just needs to be enough components on the market that people can buy them without having to dig a fucking hole for 37 hours to buy yourself a little tiny ship.
Well, the blueprints are just
that you'll lose because you don't know how to fly it.
Because even with the blueprints and the destructible items, it still does nothing to correct the market problem. There's still the issue that everyone can still make everything. It just means how much money do you have to invest to be able to
there's no way in the game to make it so that everybody can't make anything without giving like specialized roles that are exclusive to each other, and that's fucking lame.
I hate saying this, but part of the biggest problem with this patch in regards to the player side of it, not necessarily the developer side of it, is, and because I am part of the problem, is the streamer reactions. A lot
how is that part of the problem? You're like fanboying and defending them the whole time.
Listen to me. The streamer reactions are either polarized one way or the other. There's nobody. I have yet to see a single stream today that's been just,
rainbows and unicorns.
Not necessarily rainbows and unicorns, but just kind of an adult approach to it. It's like if somebody comes to you in real life and tells you this is how it's going to be and you're going to have to deal with it, you work with it and you manage it.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't stream today.
But, that's, and as part of the reason why I haven't streamed, I didn't stream for a long time, because I've always, as a streamer, especially if a lot of people from a game is watching you, that's a responsibility you have. I mean, what you say and how you say it can make or break a lot of the gameplay and either bring players to the game or send them away.
Yeah, and I mean, driving people away from the game is not really the intention of any of this conversation.
No.
This is supposed to be a constructive,
and we have been keeping a fairly constructive conversation. I'm just saying, in general,
Yeah, but you have to admit, if you were the new guy, if you popped into this stream, any of the streams today, and saw this, there's no way you'd want to buy the game.
Exactly.
It wouldn't happen. There's no way. I wouldn't do it.
Okay,
I'd be like,
so
oh no, there's some shit going down with this game.
Let's take a quick break from this. Yes, Voxel, this is a beta.
Yeah, it's very beta.
And they've been very upfront about this from the beginning. In fact, when you first log in, the first thing you have to agree to is the fact that this is a beta. Things will change. So I'm gonna go ahead and do, for those in the stream, show you guys the new ship we've been working on today. Take a break from the conversation, and we'll get back to it after that. Because
And on that note, I'm going to the store to get a drink. So yay!
alcohol. So if you're watching the stream right now, I've been working on a ship yesterday and today. This is it. It's the Spectre. I took an entirely different approach on this one.
Bonus chest.
I really like that ship, dude. What did you remove the little things in the front?
Hit V so we can actually see it.
What happened to the triangle part in the front? I actually really like that.
I adjusted it to where it's just points now for a reason.
Okay.
And the reason why I adjusted it was because every time I got out of the ship and went to run out one direction, I was having to jump over them and it irritated me.
Oh yeah. I
Oh,
guess
Big J, thank you for the donation, dude.
Welcome, bro.
But yeah,
Dude,
thank you very much, dude.
Here, sir. I'll make you a deal. The first time you break 100 people on your stream, I will pay for 3 months of subscription for Sam.
I think. Wait, it reset. Where was it? There was a thing at the top that was showing the top things. Somebody had donated
50.
Those don't show up at the
No,
top.
6. No, I'm talking about in the chat. There was a thing at the top that showed what the tiers were when you give a
Reset.
sub. But yeah, somebody had donated 6 subscriptions, and the sniper did 5. I was like, wow, that really. You guys have no idea how much that stuff blows me away, because I was expecting to do the streaming, get, like people do subscriptions, do their Prime subscriptions, use the bits in channel, that kind of stuff. But to actually get donations and people gifting subscriptions like that kind of just blows me away.
See, I don't donate on the stream.
Yeah.
Show us the ship.
Sir, I don't donate on the stream. I just send you hardware from time to time.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna need that anytime soon, so I'm solid.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with you.
But yeah, this is the new ship. It flies great. It handles great. I've actually quite thoroughly enjoyed it. It does have some damaged modules from when I did the space test earlier, but
I'm gonna
really
spoil
like
that.
it. It's a light transport.
It's hardly a flesh wound. Oh, start your arms off.
But yeah, it
I'll have your other one.
It handles really well. Whoa, apparently it goes faster than it was. We'll see. And I haven't even had Sniper boost this. This is unboosted.
Yeah, you're not gonna get him to either. He's back on Ion. He ain't coming back.
Oh, I'm going to Ion for that. I'm taking this bad boy to Ion. In
Can't
fact,
Rocky
I'm
boost
gonna... Not as well as Sniper can.
My game just froze up.
Yeah, welcome to my life all day today.
But... Well, thank you, Xerxes. Yeah, I was
Okay.
trying to make it look like the hovers and the wings on the sides and everything. If you notice,
They
it
have a
actually looks
feather
like
look.
feathers. Yeah. I was trying to go for an abstract look.
So like, I
How
have
does it handle
a huge.
like hovering above the ground? Like if you actually go down to ground, how does it handle
Yes.
hovering? Is it do okay?
Oh,
Hey, you
that's
said it, not
amazing. What?
I said I have a huge factory, right? Like my factory is fucking huge.
It's now
I'm-
useless.
I am not that concerned about the factory thing. Like, it was expected. We all knew that shit was coming, you know? My only complaint about it is that it's the Alt F4, the factory nerf, and the permanently breaking elements
All
without
on the
the
same
repair
day.
tool working. Without the repair thing working.
It's all
Like,
right.
you know how hard it is to put an element back in place if you permanently break it and the repair repair unit doesn't work? Like, it's gonna be fucking stupid hard to even fix your ship, even if you do get the element that
Yeah.
you need to put back into place.
And they honestly ought to let you salvage the stuff out of it. If you're gonna have to replace an element, you should be able to salvage and get at least some of the scrap parts back out.
Yeah. Yeah, you should at least get scrap out of it.
I mean, I'm not even saying scrap. I'm talking like, okay, like a warp drive. There's some expensive materials in a warp drive. If that thing is broke and damaged to a point where you can't repair it, let me get 50% of the materials that were out of it if I scrap it out.
Yeah, something. some
How
return.
often do you actually destroy a warp drive?
Now,
I've
I
never
really
destroyed
don't.
one.
I mean, I really don't. I've done it twice.
How many times have
Maybe
you alt
once.
F4 to avoid destroying your warp drive?
That's the thing. Yeah, how many people
Yeah,
have alt
but to
F4 a
be
bunch to
fair,
not
the
take
only
that crash?
time, yeah, the only time that I knew I was gonna crash so damn bad, I probably would pop every component. I alt F4. I've only done it one time, and it was when I was literally nose diving straight into the ground and I couldn't control my ship.
So today I was working on my atmospheric entry because of the fact that I was afraid to do it after this patch. And the first time I went through, I landed all right. So I thought, hey, I'll try the autopilot. It took me in at like I hit the 3,500 mark at 7,000. I alt F4 because that would have destroyed everything on that ship.
Right. So, okay, they're removing that. Cool, no problem. They're putting the factory nerf in. All right, I got a big ass factory. If anybody should be upset about the factory nerf, it should be me. But I'm prepared for that. It is what it is. I don't have the money to buy all the recipes I would like to have, but whatever. I'll live with it and I'll work with it. But now, if my ship that I have to take out mining 24/7 to be able to do anything now to make money gets broken and I can't fix it, I'm stranded where I am with no fucking factory and it's the permanently destroyed thing that really just tips it over
I'm
the
kind
edge.
of on the opposite side of you on that though, because I mean, getting my ship broken would kind of suck. But if I can't build a factory, I really don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I mean, I seriously, what would I do besides mine?
And that's the other thing too, is when everybody joins the game, everybody wants to, there's so many people who want to be able to build a ship, and they're joining it because they want to build a ship. That's what they see and they want to do it. They're joining it because they want to build a city, and they
I can't build ships right now after 2 weeks and not having any of these changes. Like, I could not build a ship right now if I wanted to. Like, my factory isn't, I don't have the stuff in my factory, and I don't have the access and resources to build what I would want to build. Like, I don't have the output. I don't have enough.
Yeah, but you're also wanting to build shit with like military stuff right away, aren't you?
I mean, what are you going to build a ship for? Let me go back to the other. What are you building it for?
Right now would be to go mine.
I mean, if you don't have a factory, so what are you just going to build a ship to sell stuff to the market to let other people run a factory to build another ship? I mean, that's essentially all you've got in the chain right now.
You doing another test flight?
No, I'm going to Ion.
I mean, that's why I'm saying I'm not really upset about the factory changes. I just wish they had to give me more content before they did it.
And I've got a container full of blueprints with me.
Nice.
I don't know what I can do. I mean, for people like Cert who loves to build ships in the game, from a design standpoint, he's all right. But
I should have you bring me a Raptor blueprint, by the way.
Yeah, I guess that's why I'm a little more ambivalent about this whole thing, because I'd make my primary income, and it's pretty decent from just selling ships. And as long as I've got a supply of parts to hold me over for the next month, I don't really have to worry too much about what's happening with all this.
I'm not even worried about the economy impacts. I'm just worried about what I'm going to do. I mean, I mean, if they make it to where I can still build, the basic tier parts to build an entire ship with an amount of money that I could, do within reason, I'm cool.
But you can build 99%
production
of a
and
ship.
just sit here and mine 8 hours a day for 3 weeks to be able to build basic parts. I guess I'll just sit here and watch streams.
If they make the prices cheap enough that I could build all the T1 stuff and then I just have to go buy a military engine, cool.
Or you might have to buy like your res nodes for a while because they require higher tier stuff, so they're probably going to be more expensive. Some of those things there are a few things. Your cores are going to be expensive. That's why I'm sitting on these large dynamic cores. I ain't not getting rid of any of them right now. Like, I'm hoping that those large dynamic cores are going to supply me the funds to be able to buy the stuff I need to be able to make warp cells, because that's what's going to be our number one priority, is getting warp cells back online.
Yeah.
One thing I think they need to do is selectively go through, and certain items just don't need to be as expensive.
Which they
Specifically
supposedly are
consumable.
doing, right?
No. They also need to make it so that the transfer units give a shit what tier the material is, because it's stupid that it takes an hour to craft a fucking high-end screw, but you need to transfer 200 of them at a time,
Yeah.
or the transfer unit just won't move them.
I could definitely
You
agree
know.
with that. There's a lot of things in the industry itself that actually needs a lot of rebalancing.
Yeah, I think that's definitely coming as well.
Yeah,
Which,
well,
yeah, I'm assuming that this is the
in
first step in
RecDad,
that.
that was the frustration. So RecDad said, imagine the cost of a warp cell blueprint after this patch, right?
What I'm concerned.
So my concern is all of these gigafactories and megacorps who already have produced thousands of cells and hundreds of warp engines, right? They don't need to make them, and they're going to be so rich from selling the stuff they've already made. But then the everyday guy like me, who I can't make any of that stuff, even now, like I'll never be able to make it ever. Even if that's what I want to do, I'll never be able to afford to make that.
I mean, that's.
Do you
the
want
one
to
I-
make it?
Well, once again, what else do I have to do?
And that's that's where, like, already the
Yeah.
game is looking, to a lot of people, the game is looking a lot like 80% digging holes, and that just kicked it up to 95% digging holes, which is way above the acceptable threshold.
I think that's where the biggest downfall in this comes, and I don't think we could get around the implementation of both sides at the same time. We could get around those, but the biggest problem that they have right now with the development is they're applying updates that put strain on the players, while there's not enough content to keep the player engaged in the first place.
Yeah.
I
I
would,
mean,
I would
it-
reword that from strain on the players to they're applying content that removes.
Yeah,
Cesspool.
they're robbing the player of things to do. Like right now, flying around in your ship is probably the most fun thing to actually do in the game. But guess what? My ship's gonna be docked. I'm not flying anywhere unless it's fucking necessary. And even then, I'm gonna be fucking puttering at 20%, and I'm putting 10 extra brakes and 10 extra atmos on it. Like
I will say this: if you're watching the stream, make sure that before this patch goes live, if you have a ship with any damaged parts, repair it before it goes live. Just in case they
Right.
would all of a sudden say, "Well, that applies to one of your brakes." Make sure your crap's repaired. You might regret not doing that.
Well, and I also think it's going to have a bigger impact on people like you, Serapis, than you think. Like your ships, from this point on, I'm going to have to rethink buying ships for aesthetic reasons. I mean, it has to be functionality number one.
Yeah, like it's like already, like I love your Raptor, but already today I need to squeeze a couple more vertical boosters and a couple more brakes and a couple more.
And I've already
Adjusters
thought
on
about
this.
that. I've got 2 designs I'm working on right now, one based on the Raptor concept and one based on this design concept, that are more utilitarian.
Well, the thing I would say, like,
And again, I don't think that the Raptor actually needs an update, but if I want to protect my investment, right? Like all the ships will now need to be over-engineered. They need to be crash-proof. Like they
Yeah.
need to be engineered in a manner that if I freak out and hit control, it just fucking stops.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming at from that, and that's the biggest thing that I'm going to start doing in all these is making sure, like this one, it's got a large amount of hovers and it's got 2 large hovers, several of the medium hovers, just to make sure that when I come down, it's got a buffer to,
Yeah, but to give you a perspective on this, if I was going to build that ship now, I would probably throw, what are those hovers on the wing? Mediums?
Yeah.
So you lose nothing from your air resistance and cross section by putting those as large. The first thing I'd probably do is rip them off and get large and get 10 times the thrust. I mean, that's what I'm going to do with ships when I buy them now. I'd cover the entire top of that ship with air brakes.
Yeah.
Just because I have no choice.
So today I'm not even joking. They're done at my factory, and I need to go farm more bauxite.
Well, see, that's what I was saying is the new designs I'm doing on these are going to be done with that point in mind.
Good.
You're not even going to be able to see the designs on what people are doing as well. Like, I took the entirety of your Diablo and put air brakes and retros on it. I was like, like the entire top. Because I mean, right now I've got to be in the precautionary mode. Even if it's already over designed, I want it 5 times over designed until I figure out that I'm safe.
Yeah. And I understand that. That's why I said tomorrow I'll be working on another model of this one that's going to be a slightly different layout, but have the aesthetics. But a lot of the concept, that's the hardest part of being a designer is, I know this is coming now. So in order to keep my ships relevant to where I can sell my ships, I have to make sure that they are engineered to a point to where I don't have to worry about it. That I can comfortably tell people that buy them that it's going to work.
Well, and I'm not saying your ships don't work now. They work great.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
But still, I don't feel comfortable, telling somebody that, hey, take this ship out and fly it with a load in it if I don't know that it's... Oh, thank you for the subscription, Sir Timeless the Great.
I mean, honestly, the way you may have to, and I don't know how well that works with a ship that big, but you may have to redesign your ships to where, at least until they fix that bug, the components are inside boxes.
But that doesn't matter. They still take damage whether they're inside boxes
Yeah,
or not.
and then they're
Yeah,
just
but they
harder to
are-
repair because you can't see them.
I'm not talking about that, though. I mean, I'm talking everybody is going to buy a ship now and put everything they can on the outside of that ship to apply to the ability to fly.
Yeah, well, okay, I hate to say this. There's 2 people in this game that are going to be buying a ship. There's going to be the people that buy the ship purely for functionality, and then there's going to be the people that buy the ship that want something functional but also want something aesthetically pleasing. Those are the customers I'm looking for.
Those
And-
are the lucky people who have spare cash that just got it all robbed.
No, because I know I've already figured out how to over-engineer. Like with this body design, I figured out how to make some adjustments on it already in the next model, to where I
He
can
could stuff-
quadruple the resources in here and still make it aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, he
Voxel
could
weight
stuff
is like
rows.
nothing.
Yeah,
So-
he could stuff rows of fucking brakes literally on the ceiling of that thing when you walk inside.
The only time you have to worry about voxel weight is when you're building things out of PvP
Yeah,
materials.
The only reason
Is-
why I didn't do it now is because of the fact of keeping the cost low. And then that's another thing I have to keep in mind. Yes, they're going to want to over-engineer it, but with the way the industry is changing, are they going to be able to afford that?
Well, with your ships, what do you got? What kind of voxel are you using on those?
Oh, this is aluminum.
Sodium. Oh, aluminum. Well, either way, it's not like you're over layering it or anything like that.
No.
You're not, making a bunch of giant solid blocks of it. So you have a very, very minimal extra weight from voxels on there. So
You
it's
like
really
to do
just
the
a way
ribbed
to.
open design, makes it even
Yeah.
lighter and cheaper.
Well, even this
Right.
one, if you notice this one, the sides are completely open where you can access repair. Everything is accessible for repairs.
I think Fiddlybit made a really good point. Is again, my concern is the new player experience, right?
Yeah.
Because I am a new player, and I am already experiencing stress from the game, like in that sense, right?
Yeah, but you have a
Like-
big advantage a lot of them don't. If it comes down to it, all you got to do is say, "Come and get me," and I'll be out there.
Yeah, and that's and that's the worst
but
part.
People
I have
don't
that
have
backup.
Yeah.
I have that option. I have the option to go, I fucked up, my shit's blown up, come and get me and pick all my shit up, come out in a big ass hauler and pick me and all my shit up. Like, I have that safety net that obviously I don't want to use, right? But the new players don't. Most
Yeah.
of them. Most new players don't have that as an option.
Yeah,
I
but
have that.
most new players will not have left Alioth by the time you did either. Most new players
That's
would not
true.
have had the resources tossed at them that you did either.
But that's the thing, though. They're going to be stuck on Alioth with nothing to do but dig holes in a territory that's got a bazillion fucking holes in it already.
You're going to be stuck on Sanctuary.
Right,
because
you're
I
going
was
to have
in
to go to Sanctuary.
right now all the time.
And honestly,
Yep.
they'd
And then I
be
wouldn't
better
even have
off.
the option.
They'd be better off staying on Alioth and going to the other side of the planet. If they just hop in their little speeder, put some fuel in it with their
That's
100K,
what I
and
did.
just phew, other side of the planet.
That's actually exactly what I did and never even went
But
to
either way,
Sanctuary.
No matter what you're going to do, is you're going to be digging a whole bunch of holes and
Yeah.
selling to bots until people can at least get tier 1 industry up.
Yeah,
and even
that's what I
then-
did too.
That's going to be all that they have. There's got to be another way to make income, especially for new
Um,
players.
Hold on a second, guys. Timeless. We're discussing a patch that's going on right now. There's a lot of stuff going on about it, but overall, while we all have our issues with the patch that they're doing right now, I'm sure everybody in the channel can agree that the long-term perspectives of this game make it worth it. There's a
This
lot
game's
of
gonna be fucking amazing.
there's a
Yeah,
lot
so-
of potential in this game that most games do not have.
The game is amazing. Like, there's not a single person in this channel that will ever say that it's not. Like, the game's great. It's really good. If you don't have it for $6 fucking a month, drop 20
And
bucks on it and try it.
And
If
let me
I bought
clarify,
the
even
game
with my
yesterday,
position,
and they dropped this patch today, and I had the option to refund it, I would not refund it. If that makes what you're looking at.
like, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I'm complaining about this and saying that it's too much, but I'm looking at it more of a PR perspective on their end. You know, I think that it's going to give them way too much bad publicity doing it this way. I
agree.
personally am going to keep playing the game and doing
So
what
for
I
those
got to
of you
do.
wondering about the landing ability of this ship,
Oh, you actually put brakes on it this time?
oh, she's got a lot of brakes.
I was
There's-
joking because when you test flight it the other day, you didn't put brakes on it.
Yeah, she's got a lot of brakes, and she's got over hovered for her weight capacity. You see the large brakes crammed up inside there, and the stacks of the mediums in the front.
How does that? So I was gonna ask you about that. Do hovers not care where they're placed? Like, I noticed all the hovers are on the ass end.
If you notice, there's
Oh, they
two
definitely
large hovers underneath the front.
Oh, there are. I didn't see those.
They care. If,
Oh, okay.
if
They
you come
definitely
down at
care.
an angle, they'll still function. I mean, you should always be coming down nose up anyway.
Now
So
look,
they'll function.
you've got two larges under the front, and then the wings are all. They have these. I have these on the wings pointed down.
Yeah, I saw the mediums.
I do not go when I'm approaching the ground, nose down.
Yeah, every time I come in nose down.
Why?
Because my my command seat is way all the way at the back
All
of
the
the ship.
expensive shit's in the back. So if something's gonna get damaged, I want it to be the cheap shit in the
Yep.
front.
I'm gonna
See,
pop containers, fuel,
My
thrusters,
ships are
like on my
designed
bed.
to come in like an actual jet would. So I've designed
Yeah,
them to
belly.
where, yeah.
Belly down. Nose up.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about like if I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna crash. I'm
I'm
putting
not
the
talking
nose
about
down.
crash. I'm talking a normal landing. You
Oh, yeah.
come in nose up.
I come in
Otherwise, you're
flat
gonna
up
get hard every
hovers.
time.
I come in flat down, flat belly down, because my descent should be controlled enough that I can just come in and the hovers catch me easily, and then glide onto my platform and I'm good.
I come in nose up with brakes tapping on and off so that if I have a problem, I can release the brakes and go right back up.
Boot out.
Oh,
Just
Oh,
like
my
a real
engines are
jet.
full. Yeah, that's exactly how they do it.
Yeah, they keep some throttle rolling and they keep some uptime on the engines, and then if their landing doesn't look good, they just fucking bail.
so what's up?
Feely bits, you just need to get more brakes on your haulers, I think.
I always,
Just
I always come in with enough brakes that I can hover pretty much.
So the only thing I would say before I release this ship is I would do it after the patch.
Yeah.
Because he did say there's other stuff coming out that's in the patch notes that they're going to release in the next couple of days. And if you have all the air brakes inside and they change the air brakes, because they did say that that's on their list.
I know. So that's the reason why this isn't being sold, and that's the reason why I'm also holding off on selling in their ships at the moment until they do these, because I want to make sure that when I hand a blueprint or a ship to somebody, that it's going to fly properly, and not give them issues. I refuse to sell something that's half-assed or does not perform like I would expect it to perform for me.
They better not screw up the voxel thing to where we
I-
can't use the Christmas
See-
ornaments.
See, you could do like you normally do, Serp, and just be all ass.
Because I'm going to be pissed if they mess up the...
Yeah, that would really suck if they screw up the Christmas ornaments.
I mean, the Christmas ornaments are just kind of a cool little ship. I mean, at the
No,
end
but
of
it's
the day-
kind of gonna be like a main point of the Christmas stream, and it would kind of suck.
I mean,
I can redo it. There's other things I can work around, so I'm not really worried about it. If they fix that, I don't care.
we all know that stuff isn't going to last forever. So, I mean, it's just kind of a cool ship while it lasts.
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
still not sure exactly how they're gonna fix it due to the nature of the voxel and it being an outer surface and visible from the inside.
Yeah,
Like,
see,
are
the
they gonna
problem
double the
is-
surface of the voxel to
They
make
could
it?
just do a clipping mask and actually fix it. So.
Well, the problem they're going to have is anything they add to that concept of the game, because the reason why that didn't work in other games like Imperion or Space Engineers is because every single square counts as an item. In this one, your voxels are a solid 3D unit. It's something you've created as a single unit. So with game mechanics, you have your outer barriers that the game tells you can't pass through. But if you're inside that barrier, according to the game, there's nothing there.
But they can make it to where you can't go inside that barrier, and that
Well,
destroys.
Well,
They could adjust. They could adjust the clipping mask. All it's doing, is registering that object is not occluded, and if they just adjust the clipping mask, it would fix it. So I mean,
They could make it to where you couldn't put an engine in there if it's got a voxel, or I couldn't put a voxel there if there's an.
And then you're gonna have ships that fly like dirt and are just completely covered in components and look
I mean,
like
to me, that right there would be a change that would piss off the designers to the
No.
level as this did the factory people.
I'd be willing to bet, and I would be willing to put money on this, that the way the engines and stuff are working now, I think that you'll end up with less engines with more power. Is what I think you're going to end up with. Less components
thank
that
God.
put out more.
Yes,
Maybe
please.
the opposite.
That's how it needs to be. And we haven't even touched on the whole rumor, if it is just a rumor, but the whole concept of power generation and how that's going to affect literally
but that's-
everything.
That's way farther
They
down
did.
the line.
They did touch on that when he was talking.
Yeah, but that's very
about
important
ship
when
power.
we're considering the changes that are happening now, because they're considering that change down the road when they're making these
Yeah.
changes now.
You're
I
going to
don't
have.
think the less engines things and more power is going to be.
You'll probably
Right.
have something like Empyreon has, where you have some kind of antimatter reactor unit or something like that that generates power on the ship, or it'll be part of the core. But you
I
have
think
to
they're going
fuel
to make
the
it
core.
part of the core to limit the amount of industry you can have.
If they make it part of the core, then that's just basically all around nerfing ships.
That's kind of what they were looking for, wasn't it?
Not necessarily. I mean, there's ways that you can increase the core, or use a higher output core.
so just if you're watching the stream, what's going on right now is I'm getting the Pimp Your Ride motif from Mr. Sniper. He has maxed out container skills for capacity and mass reduction, plus fuel tanks, plus ailerons, wings, engines. He's got the golden touch.
Yeah, what's up, Sniper? I haven't talked to you in like ages, dude.
What's the warp cost anyway to go from like Simeon to Ion?
And this ship,
That ship would be nothing.
like 22, I think.
Not even.
He
It was
said
from
from Simeon to Ion.
Oh,
like
from
it's
Simeon
like
to Ion,
12.
like 4,
What about the Raptor?
about 4 or 5, 6 at most.
Yeah,
Okay.
something like that.
Yeah,
It's only
cheap.
like 11 or so in my bigger ship, so it's not hardly anything. So
Because I'm gonna need to, because like I said, I've been upgrading the Raptor. I've been putting more brakes and more everything on it, and I'm gonna need to get that stuff boosted.
And the oh, I might have to bring you a silver squirrel later, Pass. I'm gonna be coming back out here the day after tomorrow. I didn't realize you wanted the castle blueprint tonight. I thought you were wanting a ship.
Yeah, I already gave her the blueprint to the Diablo, so I don't understand what she wants. Oh, castle blueprint.
Yeah, if you're a
I don't
member of the XVX group at all, any of the orgs in the XVX group, you can get a blueprint to the castle voxels and place it. So that way you can, kind of have the castle thing going on.
and if you're really nice to him, he might do some special extra treatment. And it disappears.
I don't know. In my end right now, I'm just going to keep everything the way I'm doing it. I'm going to keep building my factory on tier 1 stuff and just deal with it on Wednesday when it comes.
Well, our current factory is actually laid out where all I have to do is just stab blueprints in there and I'm good.
Well, that's where I'm going to be able to just go back and be like, okay, let's see. I need to make, if I want to be able to make this from start to finish, I need this blueprint, I need this schematic, this schematic, this schematic, and I'll be able to do a line and push the stuff in it and get it running, and I'll be able to do that for each thing that I want to make.
The
up
one
to
thing I'm really
easy.
hoping for is that they're selling the blueprints on normal markets. I don't have to go all the way back to Alioth.
They are. They're going to be
Oh, they better
NPC
be at
seated.
every marking.
They're going to be NPC seated. With their NPC seated, that means they will be in every market in the game.
So what I
Yeah.
didn't quite catch on the blueprints is, are you going to need a blueprint for every industry machine? So
Every item.
But so
Okay.
that's the thing. He said that certain things won't require a blueprint. But he only gave one example, the transfer unit.
No,
Well,
no.
Talking
That
about
was.
every machine, and yes,
It means the transfer unit doesn't require a schematic to be able to move something from one place to another. It doesn't mean you don't need a schematic to build the
Now-
transfer unit.
Now there is some items that you'll probably be able to build without a blueprint. The stuff that you could build in a nano pack.
We don't know that though. We have no
Well,
idea. That might not be true.
yeah, we don't.
Well, we don't know that, but I'd be willing to bet that the stuff you can make in the nano pack will not require a blueprint.
Yeah, but I'm betting it will.
I'm
Because
going to start calling
that's
this
a machine
after
building.
hours research, discussions about the game.
Yeah. Because I mean, think about this. I mean, how bad would it break it if your nano pack, if you couldn't use your nano pack at all?
Yeah, but they're not. I'm not talking about that. You'll still be able to craft everything in your nano pack, but if you want the luxury of crafting it on a machine and not in your nano pack, you've got to buy the blueprint so
Well,
that your machine can do it.
consider that he said that you were going to need a blueprint to craft
A screw
voxels.
and voxels. Yeah, he said all the voxels you'll have to have a blueprint, but it'll be
you can
per
craft
type.
voxel in your nano pack.
Without a blueprint.
yeah.
I don't
No,
know. Maybe the nano pack is something that's an exception. So.
Well, you're not going to need it to craft in your nano pack. Yeah.
Well, you got to think the nano pack is also very limited on the amount and quantity that you can. You're not doing mass production in the nano pack.
Well,
Well,
you'd be surprised
actually,
how
the
many more
nano pack-
players are
The
going to
nano
start
pack you
trying
can
to.
set the batch size on, which you can't do on industry, which is kind of nice actually.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the thing is with the industry, you're looking at bulk production. It's for profit.
Right.
And that's
But
what they're
do you know
trying
how,
to.
like, a guy with 5 accounts can bypass a lot of this crap by just saying, I'm just going to use my alts to batch produce stuff in the nano packs until I can get these damn blueprints and get around it.
So,
You can make pretty much everything up to like, what is it? Like small.
So entry-level players who aren't familiar with having big industry and only know how to use a nano pack are technically going to have an advantage over experienced players.
I mean, that's not a thing.
No.
But you
No
see what
such
I'm
thing.
saying is they're going to come in, they're going to, I can do all this in my nano pack, I ain't got to worry about this, I can start doing stuff, it might be small scale, but I can do stuff and I can build my own stuff for now.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be able to kind of get around some of the industrialization. Also, I'd be willing to bet quite a few of the blueprints aren't even going to be really all that expensive.
But he did say that the blueprints will be significantly higher than the cost to actually buy it. So because he said that. He said, if the cost to he used an example of like a metalworks machine,
yeah,
right?
phone.
He said, if a metalworks machine, he didn't give a set price, but he said whatever the cost of that machine is to actually buy it, it'll cost you significantly more to buy the blueprint.
Yeah, maybe like
means-
a mil or half a mil or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. For one metalworks. Like,
But does
what the
that
fuck?
wait? Now, see, and that's the thing. Like when you buy that schematic, is that just like
Okay, hold on one
unlocked for
second,
your
guys.
character? Where you
No, it's not.
So-
It-
If you're in the
Towards
stream, if you're in the stream right now, I'm going to do one more raffle tonight, and it's actually going to be a pre-built ship, so if you need a pre-built ship for tomorrow and this crap going down, I'm giving away an ornament.
Nice. So, yeah, that's. So you need to buy that thing for every single piece of machinery that you want to have making that part.
So
Yeah.
make sure you
And you guys-
exclamation mark raffle for that, okay? Sorry about that.
Yeah,
And
but you
guys
gotta
are
realize.
talking about these finished products, though. These are finished products. There's umpteen stages and pieces that need to be made
Mhm.
before you even get to the point of making that.
I think those are going to be dirt cheap. I think it's
Yeah.
the finished products that they're going to hit you hard on.
I would imagine take
It's-
whatever the cost of the item is and multiply it by a 4.
I think
And-
it's going to be the higher the tier is, it's going to be significantly more expensive. Because otherwise, if he makes it cheap enough all the way up that people can just buy it cheaply, then what's
There's
the
no
point?
fucking
It's
point.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not slowing down gameplay.
Whenever
It's
you
not
got- did-
impairing anybody.
Did any of you guys play on day one when the game came out?
Not alpha.
Well, even beta. Like they had the prices set on the market to what they expected the items to sell for. Because right now the items, people are selling the items technically at a loss because they're not taking any time into consideration, any material cost into consideration. They're just selling it for a flat price.
They're selling it for, depending on what that unit goes for in the market. They're not looking at
I
component
think you're
cost.
way underestimating the time
Shitty
before
ones are.
two thing. Because
but-
here's why I'll say that. Because if you look at, he said 150 billion. That means that if that guy who owns that mega factory has one of each one of those items, that he's worth about 40 billion. I don't even think we're in the ballpark.
Well, also you're at my base.
Yep.
That's my building.
Maybe you want to queue up for the next couple days and get things going.
I feel like it's got to be intentionally trying to remove a shitload of the resources that are in the game from the game without reintroducing any of them. So it's got to be intentional because they said they're going to use that stuff to manipulate the money and bring money in and out of the game. Now, and they're also, at the same time, those resources do not ever respawn.
I'm just gonna say it. Like, if you guys are running a small scale factory and you're pretty upset about this, I mean,
Info has one of the biggest factories I've ever seen, dude. His factory
have-
makes sure it's look like fucking a dingleberry.
I have a huge factory.
He's got one of the biggest factories I've ever seen.
I'm gonna go grab another beer. I'll be right.
Yeah,
mine
Info's factory is pretty huge.
Mine isn't huge by any means, but it's
Yeah, like literally the factories that our org has, like between you and Toddy, they're like a fucking dingleberry in comparison to his, dude.
That's all he's done, right? Info,
Yeah.
that's essentially all you've done. So they've taken
He's
away.
AFK, but so he had a whole org of like 10 people that all they did was farm the stuff to put together a mega factory that could make, his factory can make every item in the game.
So, to kind of give you a perspective of why I'm a little bit.
Is that
irritated
Pork
about
Chop
it, is I
Express
pulled-
factory?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, yeah. I pulled all my people here, and most of them played games like Factorio. We played Empyrean, but I mean, we played Feed the Beast, stuff like that, in Minecraft. I'm terrified to tell them about this patch because I've already heard at least 2 or 3 of them say, "Is there anything we can do besides mine?" And at least they're getting into building this building that we're at here and linking all the stuff together. And to have to tell them that in 2 days they may not be able to do that anymore, I'm terrified I'm going to lose.
Yeah, like, oh, well, now I can't even make the voxels to, like, try to have fun building a cool-looking base because I can't afford to buy the recipes to, like, for the fucking, the
I'm not
honeycomb.
even talking about just the voxels. I'm talking about we've actually had you notice I haven't been on as much the last couple of days during his stream time because all of our guys are sitting here building a base together and linking machines, and I mean
Having a good time playing the game.
What makes you think you're not going to be able to do that anymore? I'm confused.
Well, there's not going to be a point to building that big factory when you can't buy the schematics to make it run anything.
No, you're gonna end up starting to see like a complete 360 turnaround on the way the factories are laid out. You're gonna see super specialized lines, like people making just engines, or just this stuff. They won't be like a ginormous mega factory, kind of like we were all running.
I can set up an engine line in 30 minutes.
Well, and like Seven said, like I've got one of the biggest factories, and I'm not upset about the factory nerf and about having to get schematics for it and everything. It's like, all right, I got something else to do to work towards in the game, and as far as that's concerned, for me, I just considered another thing to work for in the game, like because I had all big old fucking factory. All I was doing was just making it bigger by expanding the current production.
Realistically, it just makes me go back and rethink how I'm going to lay the factory out to make it more efficient.
It's making me reprioritize my building queues and stuff like that. Is what I'm looking at. Is
And they're also
instead of having
they're retooling a lot of the ways that the markets and stuff work too. So like the player run markets will be more of a thing than the actual markets in the game too. Like the whole district circle ring market thing, like you won't have to go there to get all your shit anymore. There will be places in the game where you can go to player run markets that'll have better prices and better choices and stuff than that.
Some of the changes that it's going to be for me personally, and since instead of having like 10 units running the same part.
Wait, you mean you're actually going to log in and play?
Well, I've been doing. Some people have real life shit to do. I'm sorry. Give me.
Blasphemy.
I'm just trying to figure out what they're expecting that people are going to do.
But
yeah.
Anyways, what I was saying is instead of having like 10 machines running power systems, I might have to rethink that and scale it down to maybe 1 or 2 machines and just turn out less parts.
I wish they would have included the power.
I ain't rich. I'm fairly rich, but I ain't rich.
I mean, including the power would have given me more confidence.
No, he's talking about there's a component in the game called the power system. Like
I'm just saying, I wish they would have included power in this patch instead of this, because in designing my factory to be able to put power and manage getting coal to power it and stuff like that, that would have been fun. That would have given me more content. Yeah. I'm really terrified that I'm gonna log in Wednesday,
and all you're gonna be able to do is dig a hole.
Yeah, and if I do that, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna lose 4 or 5 people immediately that day when I tell them.
Honestly, I'm kind of. It does make me nervous.
So, by the way, if you're watching the stream right now, you can see Mira's current project. If you're an Eve fan, you will probably like this.
It's a lunchbox.
It's a Roracle.
Reload. I keep getting way behind on your stream.
See, I feel like most of us here are really we like the game and we are looking forward to what it's going to be, and we're going to stick it out whatever they do.
Yeah.
You know, we're for it. I think we're all more concerned about how the changes are going to impact some of the less patient people who aren't as staunchly.
I don't know about you. I'm a less patient person. This would drive, like literally, this could drive me out within the next 2 weeks. I'm not at all lying. I could cancel my memberships.
You were specifically the exemption when I said most of us, not all of us.
Yeah. No, but it will affect my game. I'll stick with it, but it'll affect my gameplay if my core or my
because because you're losing people from it, and that's where I'm worried about, is that it's going to affect the game overall in a negative way because of the loss of population.
Hey, Info, let's talk. Maybe we can work something out here.
I don't want to become. And don't take this the wrong way, Info. I don't want to become you and be stuck in a situation where my whole group leaves me, because at that point I don't really know what the hell I would. I mean, I guess I could join somebody else.
And my group was just coming back too, and now they're all pissed off because of this. Because our factory that we were just going to start using is garbage.
My group hasn't left me. Serp just went to Alof.
Yeah, that's because what Serp was doing required me to be in a new player market.
Serp wouldn't abandon me.
One thing I really wish they would have done in this one, especially with all the crap that's going on now, is consolidate the damn planetary market. That is a
change that I don't know anyone that would be against it. That needs to go in like.
As long as they don't have as long as they put a big ass no-fly zone around the parking lot or something.
No, they're gonna completely redo that whole area. I have a feeling whenever they redo the planet.
No, we're not talking about. We're not talking about only being one market. Like all of the markets are like a WoW auction house style market where like you can go to any district and buy anything that's on that planet.
Well, that would actually crush, like, I mean, okay, maybe planet-wide, but that would crush the whole. The reason that they have them spread out in separate markets is so you can do buy and sell orders at different prices in different markets and travel, and they want transportation of those goods to be a thing. They want players to be able to make missions for people so that they can buy something on another planet and then post a mission saying, hey, I need a hauler to grab that shit from that market and bring it over to here, because I don't want to go to that market for it. So that's, that's...
Of course, we post regular missions for people to bring my shit, so I don't have to go get it myself.
Well, so that's the thing. I completely agree. but I don't think I should have to run. When I go to Alioth to buy stuff, I don't think I should have to stop at 9 fucking markets that are in that circle to pick up items.
I
On
actually think that one of the
Alioth-
reasons people aren't using the markets is because of that.
Hey, I'm just gonna tell you, Alioth is broken all to hell and back. There's no way that's gonna be left the way it is. Everything that's in there right now is just a placeholder. They're gonna end up having to redo that entire thing whenever they actually redo the planet. So
I think that all of the markets should be planetary. Like, said and done. Like, again, because you still have movement of goods between planets.
Well, let me give you an example of that.
And to and from
you
market.
have markets all over. So let's take World of Warcraft because I used to play it during vanilla. You used to have that. I can't remember the market that's in the Stranglethorn or whatever.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
was
Yeah,
one
it's-
separate market. You're talking on a server with like 60,000 people playing on a single server, which is more than what this game will ever hit at a peak time, probably. I mean, getting 60,000 online, and that's how many they had on a single server at that time. That market was so dead that nobody could actually use it for functionality with that kind of population. How the hell are you going to populate 10 fucking markets?
20 on Alioth?
the
There's
markets
20
are
markets
split-
on Alioth?
Yeah,
Talking the 10 main ones. Are you
The
kidding
market-
me?
the
Yeah,
markets
I
are
honestly
split by
think the
design.
market should be a centralized system that's accessible from multiple locations.
I
I
think you
agree.
should be able to pay a fee and have it delivered.
Well, they're working on that. He said that
Well,
in the
that's
stream. If
that's
you watch
exactly what they're.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm talking about like even like Alioth. The problem with Alioth is that you can't easily like you have to go to the little area with the transporters, then you have to go to the other transporter and then run over to the other market and then run back and take the transporter.
that's all a shortcut from just flying a ship out to go pick up your shit. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
but-
No, I still think that the markets on Alioth, actually, I think all the markets should be a centralized market in regards to
Well-
the fact that when you buy something or sell something anywhere, it's accessible anywhere. And I think if they did that one thing, it would allow the market usage to really proliferate because it would.
Like, yeah,
but it
because
would
that was one of the
destroy
biggest.
long-term goals. That would go completely contrary to the long-term goal of
Well,
again multiple markets with different values to create a transport
Well,
industry.
they modeled this after Eve, so like their market system here is actually modeled after Eve.
but so again, I don't
And they
think
may
it should be a
consolidate planetary
universe.
markets.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
in Eve, it's one market per station. You go to that station in orbit, but it's not traveling around to 20 different locations on a single surface of a planet.
Yeah.
You know, that
It wouldn't
gets a
so-
bit tedious.
Again, and like
It
I said,
wouldn't
in the
be so-
future they might consolidate it into one market per planet when they have more planets to make more markets.
It wouldn't have been so bad on Alioth if it was actually districtized, like where all the markets aren't in just one spot, where they're actually spread across the planet, and
That
like
makes it worse. How is that any better? Because that
Well,
just
that's-
means you're fucking wasting a half a day
it,
running
it
around
would,
picking
it
up
would
shit.
still make more sense.
It would make more sense because there's no point to having multiple markets that are all 10 feet away
on
from
top
each
of
other.
each other, yeah.
I mean, at that point, I'd still rather, even if I was on the opposite side of the planet, travel. If I had to do it, and you don't want to link the markets, just put one market a planet. Then. I mean, if you're not going to
Well,
link it,
Yeah, with a massive fucking landing pad and
Right.
lots of places.
Pazar,
where you
I
can-
am going back to
Yeah,
Alioth tonight. I'm going to go to Ion, then I'm going to head to Alioth. I'm about to drop off
See-
some blueprints here.
What I wanted to do, what I always wanted them to do, is basically take like say, shit, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry.
you guys ever played a Satisfactory?
No.
All right, so what I think would have been cool is if they would have made it to where you could put a thing in your base.
Oh, like a
Well, you
market
can
hub
access-
in your base where you can just buy and sell.
Stop
Where
talking
you
over
can buy and sell off of there, but if you use that and you don't go to the main market hub on the planet, then you have to pay their freight delivery service that may take 15 minutes to get it here and there. And then it
Oh.
just brings the little ship and lands at your base and then drops a box.
Okay, so I just remember what I was gonna say. So like on the parking situation at the if you had one giant central market, right? How I would handle the parking situation is when you land your ship on the pad, it says, Your ship will be stored. Here's your token. When you're ready for your ship, go to the little kiosk, turn your token in, and they'll give you the ship back.
There you go.
You think it would
Tokenize
work?
it.
Well,
You-
the
You
token
think
is
it would
only...
work? Like, there's
Well,
already so many problems with spawning ships as it is.
No, not when you're using like an admin forced spawn.
But here's the problem: is that when you have 10 people standing in front of that thing trying to get their ship back at the same time, you
Well,
have
then
to
they try
spread
to
them
spawn their
out.
ship.
And,
You just do it with the like they had the little market hubs, you know, like where only one person can use the machine at a time.
and separate them widely.
Hey, even better. Give a 2K distance teleporter that you can put on your ship, and make 1,000 or 1 kilometer around the freaking market hub and no fly zone.
Or either that, or when you turn the token in, it takes you to a landing pad, and that's where your ship spawns, and you have so much time to take to get the ship
know what I
off the
want?
pad.
First thing I need to do is clear all those fucking ships that are set
Well,
up.
I think, but again,
I-
like you're talking about, like designing a massive central market and then all this crap. You
I
could,
got the
you could
solution.
literally get rid of all that crap if you
Okay.
just linked all of the districts onto one market.
How about if they just stop lying at the tutorial when they said that everything in the building, everything on that structure is crafted from things that you can make in the game, and give us the goddamn teleporters that they use, and let us use those, and we can just teleport to the damn market if we want to do something on our character.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like
Getting
right
tired.
now, honestly, this right here, if I was going to do anything as a company, they should have given the PvE people some content and the PvP people. I would have focused 100% on content. Fuck everything else.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I
The
think
balance
again, a
changes have
balance,
to
the
occur.
stick and the carrot. You need to have, you use that carrot to lessen the sting of the stick. You give them a little bit of content, a little something.
I mean, we really are in a game that does it literally has no content. I mean,
Well, I'm gonna loop back over to Eve. Like part of the main content in Eve was, regardless of whether you're an industrialist, a PvPer, a miner, or whatever, one of the main focuses in the game was killing the damn rats, the
Yeah.
NPCs.
Well, even Empyreon has the same thing. Empyreon
I
is,
appreciate real quick. I appreciate the invite, guys. I gotta head out. I'm just ready for
Okay,
work.
thank
Thank you.
So,
Have a good night, bud. Thank you for
Hey,
coming
man,
by.
have a
Have a
good
good
one.
one, man.
So just a reminder, Dank
see-
Knight was in
well,
channel
I'll
with
see y'all
us tonight.
soon.
Okay. We'll see you soon, dude.
Right.
See you, man.
asteroid mining and rats. And
Give a shout out to Dank.
Yeah, I was
Do you
about
have
to.
shout outs?
they
Maybe?
could-
I don't. But just a
Yeah.
reminder, if you're in the stream, that was Dank Knight from his stream. He was in channel with us tonight, hanging out. I have a link to his stream right here. If you haven't already followed him, please head over there and toss him a follow whenever we get done tonight. Just show that that's some love. Great guy.
Yeah, he-
Awesome conversations.
He makes a lot of really good content too. His streams are always interesting. So. But the reason why I was bringing up Eve again is like, whenever
you're
you
obsessed with it, and you should go
No.
play that instead.
Hey. Did I just hear you try to tell somebody to play another game instead of this one? You shut your filthy whore mouth.
they're when you're looking at it from a game design standpoint, they did a lot right. There's an influx of items that you can't make. These items are only available as drops. So that gives a whole different dimension to the
Hold
market.
on 1 second. I'll be right back.
But
Alright.
there's nothing in this game that drops anything.
That's the thing, though. Yeah, at that
Exactly.
point you need to implement the planetary combat
but-
if you want to have
yeah,
planetary
We've
stuff.
already,
If you
like,
want to
that's
have
obvious. Like, there's
yeah,
that's like
but that's
the most
way
fucking
out,
obvious
yeah.
thing in the world, though.
Well,
That
I'm
would-
not saying it shouldn't be way out. That should
Even-
be like the number one thing that.
That would fix
Well,
99%
they want to make sure that
of
they
the
do
problem.
it right before they do it. But they are looking at. He said in 0.24 they're looking at simple missions of basically like courier missions and stuff like that. Which, if they waited to implement the destroyable stuff until they implement that, then it gives you another source of income to be able to go buy parts. It
Well,
also gives the market time to stabilize, factories time to stabilize, and people to get their ships out of the sky that are stuck there from F4 and
Yeah,
still
but I
be able to
still think
repair them
that-
without a
that-
consequence.
Some point
But-
4 is a cop out because I mean, to be honest, it's not that hard to make spaceships that
But-
fly towards you and randomly shoot in your direction.
The reason why I was talking about
Right.
the NPCs and having drops and stuff that you can't make is that gives a whole different dimension to the market. So a lot of these permanently destructible items and things like that are not even necessary. Honestly, I think whenever you blow up someone's ship, the thing should just explode and that's it. You know, like it should just
I'll
be
tell you
gone.
this. I think back when Eve first started, it had two very big advantages. One, it was the only freaking space game. So
Yeah.
if you wanted to play a space game, you went and played it.
Well, no, there was
Two-
another one too. I just don't remember what it was called.
Right, because
Then
it failed.
obviously
And
there wasn't
Eve
because
won.
it was such a failure.
No, it was owned by one word for it: Sony Interactive. That's the reason why it failed.
Oh, you're talking Star Wars Galaxy.
No, I'm talking about the other space game. I can't
No,
remember
that
what
was
it was
way
called.
earlier. Yeah, it was way earlier than Galaxy.
It was another space game that was kind of Eve-ish, but
And it was right around the same time as Eve.
Yeah. It was competing against Eve, but it was ran by Sony Interactive, and they drove it into the freaking ground.
Well,
Like
either
you-
way it goes, at the end of the day, Eve made it because of luck more than anything.
No,
I
they
mean,
made
and
it made it. Dude, there's actually been college economics papers written about the market in Eve.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
then
but the reason
somebody
that
ought to
game
write a
was
college
successful because they were the
paper
only
on how they
motherfuckers
lost
who were doing it.
Yeah, but there should be a damn economic paper about how do you lose 80% of your game population in 4 years.
You get
'Cause
cash
that's
hunger.
exactly.
Yeah, you sell out.
You sell it to a Chinese cash farm company. That's
you
exactly
decide
right.
you decide you're ready to retire, so you get as much money as
It
you
was
can
on that
before you get out.
downward trend way
They
before
sold it.
that.
They basically sold it to the company that owned Black Desert Online. So yeah.
So
But they were on
anyway.
a downward trend before that. They sold
Right,
out
because
they
it's
knew
a-
they were hitting.
it's an old game. It's getting a lot of like new players did not feel welcome unless you were a wallet warrior, and
The guy that was the CEO of CCP, he had like a vision and whatnot, and then he sold his interest in the game to a set of shareholders, and they had a board, and they wanted to get as much money out of it as they can, so they stopped
Okay.
focusing on the player base and started
But a bunch of us-
focusing on mining the wells.
but a bunch of us really don't care about Eve at all.
Yeah, like fucking
So-
no joke.
Like we've got much
mean,
more
what I'm
important
getting
things to
to on
discuss
the-
with
on
the
this-
upcoming patch
I'm
in this
using-
game.
I'm using it as a cautionary analogy here.
Okay, but we got
Okay,
way
there's
off
plenty
track of
people
that.
in here who have never fucking played it. So like you're talking about shit that no one understands.
Well, a lot of people do understand, but it did get way off track from the point of the comparison. So
Hey, sorry about that.
just trying to drag
Well, I
it
mean,
back
the
into
overall
our
point of
game.
the comparison should be on it. The base of games have changed for the players now. People used to love and lose everything they own. Those games fail nowadays, and I say that as a person who
Yeah, because the
Control is
games
my favorite game.
are so much more casual.
Yeah,
Just
I
so
mean,
that
Control is my favorite game ever. But if I ever went back to it now, I'd be like, dude, I
What
can't
game?
deal with that. I mean,
Yeah,
it just
permadeath. Huh?
Yeah, permadeath and that kind of stuff. It just doesn't fly anymore. That's what's killing that game more than anything. Is that the player
No.
base, the younger generation, they want.
Because
Matt-
everything
They
wants to
wanna go
cater
back.
to the
Hold on one
lowest
second.
common denominator too.
Matthew, I had a dog that got into the garbage. I was wrestling a 120-pound border collie bred healer mix over a turkey bone that he got.
Goddamn poultry bones,
So-
man.
And he did
That's
not want
where
to give
I
it
think
up.
They're gonna run into.
Go ahead, sorry.
I think they're going to run into some issues on this game too, with the PvP and the PvE sides clashing. And I feel that one coming. Like the two player perspectives, one wanting to force people to do it, and the other one not.
Well, I think the problem is that, like, if you compare this game, like, if you spend a week watching Twitch and just watch everyone that streams Dual Universe, I have not personally seen more than a single stream that had PvP content on it.
Okay, now that was actually I
I've
actually
seen several of
discussed
them.
that with one of the streamers.
It's because
And
PvP's
who
a
is-
joke.
No, actually, I've discussed that with one of the streamers who's into a lot of PvP, and they've said that there is a lot more PvP than you would imagine by going off of streams and videos, because the only people who do streams and videos of PvP are the people who don't care, who don't have like advanced strategies and groups of people working on things they don't want people to know about and stuff like that. All of those other streamers are just keeping their shit on the down low. They don't want to tell anybody they're doing it.
Yeah.
Well,
Because he was telling me a bunch of stories about a bunch of the PvP that they've done, and it was like, wow, you guys have really done a lot. And like, he's like, I haven't streamed any of that.
also, sometimes some of the reasons why they don't stream a lot of this stuff is because a lot of the stuff they do in PvP may not be 100% on the up and up, and that's a
Or they
great
just
way
don't
to
want
get
people
banned.
to see that when they're being dicks.
I know a streamer that quit DU because of the PvP, because he streamed the PvP and his org just laid him out because it was allowing people on the other side to see what they were doing and their tactics. And that's one of the reasons why they won't show the PvP, is because their opponents can see what's going on.
And in this game, tactics are important. I mean, I don't know if you guys watched the PvP thing that they did. I watched the whole stream, and it was awesome.
Did the PvP changes coming in this next patch?
No, well, not unless you consider the permanent element destruction.
No,
which-
like they were
No.
talking about the core changes and
Yeah,
things.
that is coming.
Yes, like where there's gonna the core size is not going to be the determining factor. It's going to be the cross
dynamic
section.
cores keep moving.
That's not coming.
The dynamic cores continue moving, and the alt F4 stop is happening in this patch.
Right.
Yeah,
but
but
that's not the PvP
really
fix.
a PvP change.
That's a pretty big PvP change because you can't loot the ships anymore.
Well, it's more of a PvP change, as in when somebody's chasing you behind you, you can't just log off and make your ship stop and become an immovable object in front of their ship to destroy it.
It also is a PvP change that if a person's got a ship that's going God knows how fast, and you got another ship on you and you have to go fight it down, you literally you aren't ever gonna find that ship anymore. Like, you better hope it's a 1v1 PvP, because you're never gonna get a chance to salvage the ship.
Honestly, the odds of killing a ship that's going max speed are almost nil.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
quite
going to be going max
honestly.
speed at the time that you kill it. It's
Quite
just,
honestly, with
Go
the destructible items now, do you really want to salvage that broken ass crap that you can't actually reuse?
Well, and that was brought up
the
in the
shit
stream.
that could be, that shit that can still be repaired 2 more times, quite possibly.
Okay, there's 2
You know
minutes
what
left
I
on the
kept
current
saying
raffle
about it.
giveaway. So if you want to enter it, make sure you get entered.
See, I don't even think you can sell like the stuff with dynamic properties on the market. So anything that's broken, you either have to use yourself or it's garbage.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I was thinking too. And that's
Maybe.
something I wonder.
But
so
you know what
if
that
I-
is?
if I have a
Replacement parts
ship-
for my ship.
You know what though? What we ought to all check when this patch comes out. If I have an engine that gets destroyed, if I pick that engine and put it in my inventory and replace it, I bet it resets the meta on it.
No, because it's gonna have a dynamic
I bet.
property like a box.
No, I'm thinking that if you destroy it, it's just going to be a destroyed, and your only option is either replace or
I'm
remove.
telling you, I
and-
would just about bet they do it. Because if
Yeah,
they
but I don't think
then
it's
that
gonna
means
put
every
anything in
item
your
has to have
inventory.
that on it.
No, he
don't
thinks
think
this is going to be
Oh, you don't-
gone, as in there won't be an item left.
It'll be a visual of an item, an element, and when you go to do something with it, it will say you can either remove this element or you can replace this element, and neither way will put anything in your inventory. It will just pull one out of your element because the replace element option is already in place.
Yeah, it'll just swap it straight out of the inventory.
Right, it'll swap it straight out.
So you know
Or-
how bad that's gonna suck if you're training your ship boost and you can't even apply your fucking ship boost.
It won't. It'll carry over.
Are
What do
you
you mean?
sure? Do you know that?
Why wouldn't you be able to apply your
If
ship
you
boost?
can't,
If you're talking
because
about
if I'm
replacing Jim,
training
Yep.
technician skills and I can't remove the item from my ship and put it back on there without it destroying it, I can't
No.
apply my boost.
are you talking about the destroyed item?
It would just have dynamic properties that you can't remove.
It would act like cans. It won't
Yeah,
stack.
it would work
sell
just
it.
like a. Have you named a container and picked it up before, dude?
Right, or like dynamic properties on what is
scanner.
it, the ECUs
I
or
have,
the,
and I know what you're talking about. I just
The thing, one thing that's gonna
yeah, you
really
just wouldn't
suck
be able to
about
remove
that.
it.
One thing that's gonna be absolutely terrible about it: the amount of can spam of half damaged components that will be clogging up my containers from now on.
Well, maybe that freaking recycler can actually recycle something.
Amen. Fix it where you can recycle some stuff and get some of the parts back. Oh, that would be actually like whenever you have a fully damaged item, you should be able to recycle that back.
We talked
for
about
spare
that.
parts. Or at
Yeah,
least
we
give you
brought that up
some-
earlier before you got in.
some scrap alloy or something, you know.
That's what I said. Is at least get some scrap from it. I mean, that's what it is, right? It's a broken piece of scrap metal, right?
Actually, can you imagine what the scrap of a freaking warp drive would be worth?
Right.
At least that would lessen the blow.
I don't know.
Use the scrap to repair some of your other shit that's not on its last life.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, just make the recycler actually do something that you can feed it, like an actual.
Make it
damaged
recycle,
part.
not turn your pure shit into scrap. That just seems so wrong to me. Like, I want to be like, no, like it's not scrap, it's pure, and I'm just throwing it in this machine to turn it into garbage that I can slap on my machine to fix it.
To be perfectly honest with you, I think this will all be mute in about 6 months anyways. We're probably just crying over nothing.
Oh, it totally will. And like I said, I have no problem personally dealing with whatever, whatever order they do the shit. I'm more worried about the image of the game in general from the people who have way less patience and are going to be totally butthurt about all this stuff happening at the same time. And losing all these components that they can no longer replace because they don't have an industry and they don't have an income and they're just playing the game all like slow-mo, having a good old time. Because this is an older crowd game. We're more laid back and shit. Some of us are not putting a whole bunch of no-life effort into making a big old thing, and now they're not going to be able to play the fucking game. And that's a huge MMO demographic. You can't cut that MMO demographic up.
To be honest, I think this is just a rock, paper, shotgun scenario where they'll hit it hard, and then they're going to back it off. Where they'll come
really
down.
Fucking annoying.
It's going to come down a lot harder than it is, and they'll realize that, hey, this is not really working the way we thought it would work. So
yeah, because they'll lose fucking 1 in 10 subscriptions overnight.
I feel like they're just under the impression that, okay, it's going to smooth itself out over time, which it will. And the problem is that the people aren't going to give it that time. They're going to do snap judgments.
This new of a game. I mean, first off, it's a cheap, low investment game that people are already. I mean, I've heard multiple people here talk about content lack. People are already getting bored of it.
We're the fanboys. I mean, I'm a fanboy, and I'm still like, okay, we're running out of content for people. Like, there's not stuff to do, and you're killing it by making it so that you just have to mine that much more time in a fucking hole.
They are in the best case scenario for a company releasing a game right now. People go on. I've heard several people brag about how many people bought this game in beta. We're in the middle of a pandemic where people can't go out, they can't do anything, they're stuck at home for shit to do. If they can't make this game work and grow in population now, this is fucking dead before it ever.
Yeah, they're fucked.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, they're looking, whatever demographics they're looking at, their numbers they're looking at, they have to realize that they're being greatly inflated by the fact that nobody can go out and do shit right now.
Come next summer when everything starts, I mean, even if whether it's gone or not, it'll go down when the temperatures start raising up. That's going to be the true testament of whether this game ever makes it. If it makes it through next summer.
Right now, I'm waiting on Pazar to get here in the ship so I can load up and head over to Ion, drop off a blue on Ion, and head home.
I am on Alia.
You're on Alia. Seriously?
You do realize he went to Ion to deliver you blueprints.
That's okay. No, I went to
District 5.
I'm going over to Simeon now to drop off Blueprint View.
District 5 hub.
Okay, wait there. I'm gonna go drop this off to
What
him and then I'll
happened,
be
Pixar?
there. She's on
Thank you,
Alia.
sir.
She's on.
I mean, can't you just leave it in a box there for her?
I already dropped them off here. They're in a
Oh,
box.
I wanted to come to
Okay, so just so everybody knows what we've been doing tonight. Tonight's been kind of a chat session. I was supposed to be doing some building, and we turned into it. Now, this is not meant to be as a negative thing, but we kind of turned into the DU version of the View. And it's
you're a horrible person, right?
Yeah,
Deathmaker, make him dead.
But yeah, it did kind of turn into a DU version of the View, and that's okay. I mean, we need to discuss these things because if we don't discuss these things in a format to where it's, logical feedback being put back and forth, and we don't voice our opinions, then we can't expect the developers to know our opinions and have that feedback.
Right. So,
if they really wanted to
Deathmaker,
hear our opinions, they would have had more than a 15-minute Q&A session today.
yeah.
Oh,
But
shit, dude.
so, anyways, Deathmaker is the maker of our factory here. So,
So
What you got,
Deathmaker's gonna
Deathmaker?
cry some.
Yeah,
how unhappy are you about this?
not very at all.
Not very happy or not very unhappy?
Not very happy.
I said, how unhappy are you? I was like, what do you mean, not very? We're like, really surprised.
Yeah, no, not very happy. I like what they're trying to do. I see the angle that they're coming at, I guess, but for all intents and purposes, it just slows me to my goal of getting back to where I am at now. I'm still
Yeah.
gonna have a big factory. It's not gonna stop me.
So what you're saying is
See?
you're just gonna keep pushing through it and make it work.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
where I would see. I told you that's
It's-
where
all it's
we're
doing
fucking
is slowing
solid.
me
We're gonna
down.
do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Probably
matter
what
what.
I'll do too.
Yeah, like it doesn't really matter what obstacles they put in the way of it. I think that they're also, that's another thing that they're greatly underestimating is the determination of
Dedication.
their players who will go, like, you're like, oh, you don't want me to do this, but it's still possible in this game.
Yeah.
I'm going to fucking do it.
Oh, by the way,
So here's go ahead.
Xerxium, you won the Christmas ornament.
Here's the thing: you have these megacorps, right? With let's say one of the megacorps with 100 players.
Yeah, but we only have a few actual megacorps left. That's the thing most people aren't understanding. There's a lot of people that have some assets built up, but a lot of the giant corporations that came in hard at the beginning are
It's 'cause they
inactive,
all
but like
quit.
1 or 2 people.
Right, it's because they all quit already, which only the diehards are still left, and even the diehards are starting to get pushed to the limit. And that's, I think, the point is that we're getting close to that breaking point of a really
Well, what do you consider?
over
What do
corporate.
you consider a mega org? Like, what is a mega org total player
Well,
count?
Oh, they
to
had
you?
orgs that started off when beta first started that had like,
Thousands.
Okay.
it was just like literally
So-
hundreds
so
of
here's
people
the
online
thing.
at a time.
If you have an org with 100 people, right? 100 people, and they all log in every single day, that's 70 million at the end of the week.
Xerxium, I am on my way to Simeon, and then I'll be headed back to Alioth. I'll let you know when I'm back there. It won't be too terribly long, though.
You know what shocked me? It's something he said today that I was a little bit. Wish I didn't hear it.
What's that?
He said, he made the comment that there isn't 150 billion that has been entered into the game yet.
No, that no individual entity had close to 100 billion.
I'm pretty sure
150
he said
billion
that
is
there
what-
has not been 150 billion in the game yet as a whole. I'll go back and double check that, but I'm almost positive he said that.
Because I feel like I've already had over 100 million total.
No, he's
that
saying
I've
100
brought
billion,
into
not
the-
million.
Right, but I'm just one guy who took a bunch of time off. That's my point. Is I'm only one person who took a bunch of time off, and there's how many people
I've earned
who played?
100 million in the last
No,
week.
100 billion
Well,
BI.
Okay, I'm
know.
aware, but I'm just saying, dude, I'm a brand new player who's been
Right.
playing the game for a week.
You're missing the point. This is recycled money. It's money that's going back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is
Not mine.
So if there's 10,000, if 10,000 people log in a day at 100,000 per person, that's $1 billion per day entering the game. That would mean that 10,000 people haven't logged in for 150 days, which
I'm telling you right now, I've made all of my money off of selling items to bots. So all of the money that I've spent has come into the system from me and gone
Yeah,
into
you
the
gotta
rest
remember
of the
the
system.
bots. Like there are thousands of players who've pulled money into the game through bot purchases.
Matthew, I like that one.
what are people selling to bots now?
Parts.
Large parts.
Yeah, large parts.
Big parts. They're just
Extra large
cranking out.
space engines.
Yeah, they're just cranking out really large parts that are tier 1 mats, so that You
Actually,
feed in
Tier
base
tier 1 ore.
engines are $500,000 per. They come out in 8 hours. So with 3 XL assembly lines making them, you make 4.5 million a day, doing almost nothing out of tier
How
one
much
ores.
materials do you have to use to that?
It's all
Tier
tier one
1. It's
ores,
all
and
tier
I
1, bro.
mine fucking mega nodes of it. So I throw them in there, and I don't have to deal with. I'm making probably less money than if I just sold the ores to other players. But I also don't have to play the market or anything, and I'm bringing fresh money into the system. It's a steady income
Thanks
that I
for the
don't have to
subscription,
dick
Linear.
around with.
Do appreciate that, bud.
I would like to know though what the difference in the, because I've made tons of money just selling it to the freaking. Of course, I'm always going to Market 6, and I'm getting pretty much top dollar for them. But I'm getting a killing off of selling ore at Market 6.
Yeah, selling tier one ores right now is super hot too. When I started doing that, it wasn't as hot. Like ores were selling for like 14 to 20 each, not fucking 35 each for hematite. You know that. So the ore prices have gone way up, which I think that's also part of the balance here is that, there's going to be a lot more people mining ore and a lot less people with the heavy manufacturing to use it. So it'll drop the ore prices and increase the finished product prices, which will balance out eventually, which I think is great. I just don't think that, doing that at the same time that you're making everybody break their shit is a great idea, because there's going to be so many people
Well, I'm
who
not
are going to get
worried about the
stranded
money
and
now,
bitch.
though. I think you're just going to see people and probably the larger corporations and solo people alone. If money gets really tight because all the people don't have it to spend on buying my ore, I'm just going, because I'm sure I can make enough to get the ability to make large engines.
Stockpile. Work with us.
7.
Yeah, bro.
Come at your whole. I'm just gonna put them on your ship, okay?
Yeah, bro.
Why is it not into my container?
No, I mean, work with us. I'm sure that we're going to need more people with more ore. I mean, we want ore. We're going to get our industry back up and running no matter what. So,
what blueprints was it? 7.
Raptor.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about anything else.
Okay, the Raptor's in there. Do you have a Diablo 4 or no?
I do.
The blueprint.
I do.
Okay, Wraith. Yes, no.
I don't have the Wraith.
Okay, Wraith's in there.
Thanks.
No
I'll have
problem.
to see what my people say about it. If they all end up leaving, I mean, I have no choice.
I get the strange feeling you're going to end up finding a lot more consolidation. The system that we have going on within XVX, where we have the parent org, which if you guys want to, you're more than welcome in. Your org can join an org, and I think that would allow some support structure in regards to that, so you keep some semblance of your own identity, yet still your org can be part of a parent org.
So the issue that my guys will have with it, and I'm not saying that I would even expect this to be done on your side, but we're all used to playing games with each other for years and years and years.
Yeah.
So when it comes to my base, everybody in our org is trusted to a point that they have full
Well, that's
access.
the reason why the parent org, anything you have shared with your org isn't shared with the parent org. You would have to go in and individually set that.
And that's why that system actually works.
Yeah, you would actually have to go in and share it with the XVX gaming org. Otherwise, it would not be.
Yeah, so you can selectively share assets with the parent organization. It's not like the parent organization automatically has access to all of your organization stuff.
In fact, it's the opposite. It doesn't have access to crap.
Even your own organization doesn't have access to your stuff unless you say so. So.
Yeah, like no one can access my shit except for Sarah.
Well, what's the point of joining an org at all? Because you can do all that stuff with names.
Core limits.
Core limits. Also, there's other things coming. It gives you access to more territories. It gives you access to more core limits. The organization wallets coming in where you can play, feeds out of that. It also allows you the ability to set up things in regards to org permissions, or the fact that org owns something.
Well, no, I'm not talking about having. I mean, what's the point of having an alliance org at that point?
Communications, because you'll have the PC, you'll have
and also
organization chat, and
there'll also be structures that I'm setting up. Like I'm setting up other castles around the map to where they'll be shared with the entire parent org. So everybody in the parent org will go to that and use that to refuel and do what they need to.
And I was going to say, the other thing is that then you can have also alliance-wide shared things by making them all shared by that parent organization. And so
Well,
that any other member of the organization can come by and pick up emergency fuel or something like that.
Like, yeah,
I
like
like
the space warp beacon, right, will be accessible only to the people in the org/parent org.
Well, what would be really nice if we did something like that is if we had a way to where, my understanding is you can sell stuff in a dispenser, right?
Yeah, and
Just
now,
not
oh,
loot.
that's another change they're making that I actually like. They are setting it up to where I can sell my blueprints and the parts to make a ship in a dispenser together, where I could not do that before.
So, a good thing about that is if we set up an org, and we should really consider talking about this before this patch goes live, getting a spot maybe by your castle or somewhere else that
Yeah,
where
that's
all
why I
of the
claim so
org
many of them.
leaders can set up dispensers out there that are accessed only by the people that are in this alliance to set up,
Yeah.
somewhat at cost ship parts. Like that way, if I do small engines or medium engines, I'll just set a dispenser up there that's got it for basically at cost, so that anybody in that group can pick it up, or maybe a small markup, but not.
No,
the
I agree with
ridiculous
you on
shit
that.
that
I
the market-
definitely agree with you on that. And that's one of the reasons why I put the castle where it is. It's directly north of the markets, so it's easy access to get to on the starter planet. And that's the reason why I claimed so many tiles, too, so we could actually have the space to do stuff like that.
It's because he doesn't like neighbors. Don't listen to him.
So can you give us, like, if we join as an org, can we get the ability to throw up dispensers there?
Yeah,
Yeah, he could give you build rights and would allow you to build there.
definitely, in a heartbeat.
I got build rights everywhere.
And
Think.
build rights, and remember, you can put a dispenser on a small core ship, so literally all you gotta do is land there.
That's a
No,
better
no.
idea.
Yeah,
Right.
the structure itself, you'll be able to place your own structures or do your dynamic cores, however you want to do it. The options will be fully there for you. I don't
Actually
care.
makes up a good point. If you just build a structure and we all set up a platform on it,
You can make little
could-
shops
like,
that are
like
dynamic
stall,
cores and
basically,
Killing-
like stall.
Honestly, you're really late to this conversation because
We had
there's
this whole
been
conversation
several
earlier.
times that we've hashed over how to set up a trading area and such. That's you
we
are
have
kind
a
of the
tower.
new kid on this one. Yeah, we have a tower.
well,
We
we've got
have
a few
tower
locations.
we have a tower with 12 floors that put showrooms in and all kinds of crazy stuff.
We have vastly
Oh, hey,
underutilized
read the chat.
resources.
Voxel said if you watch the stream at about the 150 build part, it starts at the 25-minute, 27-second mark of the replay.
yeah, we found it earlier. It was, but it is. He very clearly said 150,
I mean,
and I'm pretty sure that's more than what was in the game thus far. But I'll watch that part again and see. Well, I guess Voxel, if you just watched it, did he actually say that, or did I miss that, or misunderstand that?
oh, King, I'm glad you like the jet bike.
I don't think that part really matters as much, as much about whether it's in there or not right now. It won't really matter because you have these massive mega groups and like even a group of 50, right? Like I said, a group of 50 players all in the same org. If they dedicate their 100,000 they get per day to their org, right? If they just contribute it all, right? That's a lot of money. Like that's millions at the end of the week.
I question whether there's 100-man corp out there right now. That's where I'm getting is like,
There are.
Oh, there's easily there's
has 100
tons of
people
them.
log in every day.
Yeah. Oh, so because a lot of the mega corps are like in the thousands of player range.
Right, but they're
But, like-
not active right now. But there are several still that have, if not a single organization, then alliances like we're discussing right now.
Not sure I've seen over 200
Okay,
people.
King Zell, there's another giveaway for a tokenized jet bike, so make sure you guys queue up for that.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding, or maybe it's just so big that I don't see it. But
It is way big. It's every time you move around and you think that you've covered some area, and then you scroll out and look at what you've actually done, you're like,
Yeah, like all I do is travel in mine on Simeon, and I've probably seen 10% 10% maybe max
Yeah.
of the planet. Maybe.
Make sure if you're in the stream, there's a giveaway going on for a tokenized jet bike, which is a compactable bike. !! raffle to enter.
The only thing I was getting at about the other one was, I just that's a little disturbing if there's not 10,000 active people in this game.
Now, I think there are 10,000 active people, but also there's a lot of people that don't log in every day. Like,
Yeah,
by far.
there's not 10,000 no-lifers
Yeah.
yet.
For an MMO, that's actually a really, really low population.
It is, but it's also an early beta MMO that has no content, and so...
Yeah, but you also have to remember, they did not market this as hardcore.
They have advertisements on iFunny. Like, what are you talking about? They
Yeah, but
market this
compared
game.
to a lot of people tell me the only reason why they found the game was because they saw it on Twitch.
That's how I found it.
The only reason
Well,
They advertise
there's a lot of
on
people who just
Facebook
watch
and
Twitch all day and
iFunny,
don't...
yeah.
I mean... But then...
all over YouTube at this point.
Yeah, but I don't YouTube. I've never watched a game stream on YouTube.
But what I'm saying is as far as actually marketing goes, like in relations to other games that are coming out, like just plastering it all over your Facebook, all over your social media, everywhere you flip and turn on the computer, all of a sudden, bam, there's a new game banner. They didn't
like
go to
WoW
that.
expansion,
Yeah,
like WoW
oh
DLC.
God.
Well, and you realize that
I don't
they
Facebook
are
either.
doing that though, right? Like,
I mean, that's why
Surely
I
you've
think
seen it.
instead of these changes, they really
That's just-
should have focused on getting some of the content in. Because, like I said, people are at home with COVID right now. They could have dumped some serious money into marketing and just slingshot this game overnight.
Well, I don't think they really want to have that much growth at one time while in the beta. They want a controlled number. And that's why I think that if the number drops below a certain amount, then they'll just give out a bunch more game time. And they'll just draw in a bunch of new people, whatever, to start the cycle over again. And the diehards will stay, and the new people will cycle in and out as they need them for the beta testing.
Yeah, because
And
this is
They'll
beta
do
testing.
what they got to do. Yeah, they'll do what they got to do to finish the game. I don't want to see a lot of negative publicity from it because everybody lost a bunch of stuff that they built up after so much digging holes in a space game, and they can finally fly around, and then they crash it, and there's nothing on the market for them to buy because nobody's gotten their industry back up yet.
If they get like 10% of the people, like you guys said earlier, 1 in 10 that leave. You can
Yeah.
imagine how many streams, like later on, when somebody goes and plays Eve or something else, and somebody says, "Hey, what is that Dual Universe game?" Dude, that game fucking sucks. You know, that's what's going to kill the. You know, if
Well-
they really turn people into liking the game, that's why I really think the negative side of this is going to be a problem.
Right. I mean,
Yeah,
and there's no
it's
way
a-
to get rid of all negative responses. There's always going to be negativity when you're coming out with something new, and you're trying to do something. You're going to have to make choices on, and try to you try to mitigate it as much as possible. But you're always going to have negative responses.
but we
The problem
collectively agree as an entire group that how
Well-
they're implementing it is bad.
Right. The problem is when your diehards start questioning it and saying, "Hey guys, like this is really bad." That's when you kind of got to be like, okay, like that's if it's making your diehards question it, then that means that everybody who's anywhere near on the fence is saying, "No, we're done."
Yeah, and that's where I'm kind of worried about it because I mean, dude, I love this game. This is really a fucking awesome game, and they dropped a patch today that dropped the bomb on this patch today about some shit that I'm really excited about, like the Lua updates and being able to do some of that. That is huge to me. That's one of the things I wanted to do in this game, and now all I can worry about is, well, how am I going to maintain keeping all of the other people I've got? You know, instead of being excited about that, I'm more concerned. Am I just about ready to lose all the people I've got here?
Right. And then it's that much harder now that you talked them into it once. If they walk away because of in disgust, it's that much harder to get them to come back.
If they walk
When you're like,
away, they'll never
Right.
come back. They'll never come back.
like you'd be like, "Oh man, the game's got this and this and this and this now," and they're gonna be like, "Eh."
Sound like my
It's the
grandmother.
fool me once, it's the fool me once thing,
Right. Yeah. So, I don't know.
Yeah,
mean,
you
I
said
just-
that last time, then they screwed us. Yeah.
Right. Well, it's amazing how the first week of the beta. The performance difference in the first week, at the beginning of the first week and the end of the first week. Crazy. And then like by the end of like the third week, all of a sudden I could do all of this stuff that I was having issues with the first day, and it all worked now. And it was like, wow, like 3 weeks, really? You just cleared up that many issues with this many people in that short of a time?
Well,
how did you even do this?
The problem is everybody will all. It's the same problem with anything across the board. There can be 100 good things that happen in a row that are amazing that nobody else will be able to do. One screw up, and that will be what everybody holds on to.
Right.
But
And
make it 2 at the same time, and then people really dwell.
Yeah.
well, this is I consider this to be one screw up, but it is one bad screw up where they're giving all negative things to the players, like it's all just taking away. The only positive thing is the change in PvP where they said they're not. Is that not part of this one?
Dude,
I got
this
lost
one-
when they started mixing.
This one is like, hey, I borrowed my dad's car and wrecked it, and then he found out 15 minutes later I'm fucking my stepmom. You know?
Right.
Well,
Oh man.
Like you didn't just throw one at him. You just
See,
did
it has to be at least once every night. Come on, Service.
I know. I'm not complaining. I'm just like, oh lord.
It's if we don't make Service say, "Oh Lord," at least once every night, then it's like we haven't done our job.
You have let down the system.
Oh, the electricity on my dog ran out of batteries, and now I can't juice her anymore when she barks. I'll
the
be right back.
electricity on my dog ran out of batteries.
Chuck.
My dog figured out how to unscrew the little nubs that go into her neck, and I need to figure out where to buy them at. You know what I'm talking about, right? The thing
Shot
with the collar.
collars.
Yeah, they got those little. I bet I could probably just put a screw in it to work.
Don't screw your dog, man.
God, I feel like a damn caveman. I gotta feed my dog manually instead of remote control electrocution like a modern man.
You know,
Right, little dog? Yeah, don't give me that look.
now currently, because of situations, every time I try to discipline a dog, I catch hell about it. But, dude, Harry, my
It's a
eldest
dog. You know what you do? You train them. You give them very positive reinforcement when they do what you want, and you give them negative reinforcement when they do what you don't.
And that's what we should do to this game.
Harry, when I was potty training him and teaching him not to bark, rolled up a piece of newspaper, doesn't hurt, scared the piss out of him.
No, I mean, all joking aside, though, like I do have a electric shock
Why
collar
is
for
that
the
turned
dog,
on? What is up with
but it's not like I don't have a remote control collar. She doesn't wear the collar all the time. It's just when she gets she's a small dog, and when she gets super barky, I put it on her, and when she barks, it activates. And then if she barks again, it activates at a slightly higher voltage. And it does
Deathmaker,
that
try
7
that
times.
again, please. In chat. I don't. For some reason, why is that getting? That should not be turned on.
Like, my dog has never made it past the second shock, and then she's done barking for the next 6 months, and I don't have to worry about it.
Okay, there we go.
But
Deathmaker,
I
say
do
what you were
electrocute
saying
the
again,
shit out
buddy.
of
Sorry about that.
He left. He said, gotta go.
Oh, yes.
He was saying goodbye.
Gotcha.
Someone else might need to try it, because it might let me do it, because I'm a mod.
Yeah, it will. The all caps.
Yeah.
So did anybody really understand what they're going to do to anti-grav?
Not really, no. And there's a lot of speculation on it, and that's one thing I really don't want to get too far into because the speculation on that is so far off tilt that, and there's so many different opinions on it that I don't think anybody really has it right.
Well, the one thing he did say is he doesn't want people using it to
Yes,
just
Fox,
permanently park their ships.
Yeah.
Like he said, he
Oh,
meant
crap, I
for
gotta
it
go
to
pick
be
up
a
Paz.
temporary use thing.
Paz, you're in what district?
Huh?
Where are you at?
Market.
Yeah, which one?
District 5.
I mean,
District five, okay.
I'm not even sure why you would even say it. You know, that's like those fucking idiots that go into the IRS and ask, "What if I did this on my taxes?" It's like, okay, you're a fucking smart person. some people just need to learn when to not say shit like that, because it sparks a controversy.
Yeah, I think that's one thing they could do, Rick, that definitely would be a proper balance for anti-grav. Is just give them a fuel type, so that
Yeah.
you can't leave it there indefinitely. It's going to run out of fuel if you just leave it there indefinitely.
Well, he basically said that that's what they want to do, didn't he?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the fuel, giving it power requirements for fuel requirements, is just the best balance.
Or just make it to where you have to be in the pilot seat, because he said that his intention was that people used it for operations, not to park ships.
Well, that operations could also mean like mining or loading stuff up, so you don't want to have to be in the pilot seat.
Yeah,
for
the you don't need the pilot seat thing, but it should cost some resources to run it.
Well, I mean, I honestly, the changes he's making to the AGG to me they don't affect me at all. I've never used it to just hang my ship in the sky. I just land my ship.
Well, why would you be able to use it for mining if he's getting rid of the link augmentations?
Well, and that's
Wait, he's getting rid of the link augmentations? I missed that part.
No,
they're gonna nerf it.
He's nerfing it so that you can't just go down to 2 kilometers and dig.
Aww.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
well, so okay, so you carry containers with you and you do a leapfrog and you fill one large container at a time and then just haul it up. Okay, it's not going to make it really any more difficult. It's just going to mean more bullshit that you have to haul around.
Well, I'm talking about for the anti-grav, though. If you get an anti-grav and I can't shoot it up in a container and I have to put little cores all the way up to freaking transfer it, at that point I might as well just launch into the atmosphere. I mean, you're making a process way too complicated.
I'm probably going to be doing a lot of mining on the moon.
Well, and so I think that's the thing.
No,
He said in the stream he wants more content for miners, right? He wants like a mining drone that will follow you or an assistant and stuff like that. Like he said that.
Yeah, but you can't reduce the game down to mining before you have any of that.
Yeah,
Put some stuff out there first. That's
it's like their timeline's off. I think that's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
I honestly, I hate to say this, but I think that technically speaking, what's going on right now is they're trying to listen to the player polls, and they're not. If they would have stuck with their original timeline on progression, they would have been fine. But they're going with what they're letting the players vote, and things are getting really jumbled up right now.
Okay, who voted for permanent damage?
Nobody voted for any of the stuff that's coming out in this patch.
Like, what are you talking about?
Look at the polls on that stuff. There's a lot of that crap that was in there that people did actually vote for.
This is why I will tell you right now, if they leave it to that, it'll destroy this game.
Yeah, players, I hate to say this, but players are idiots.
Right, you can't go by majority rules. You're going to get lowest common denominator. You're going to come
be
up
like, give me free AGG. Like, give me free parts. Like, that's what the player wants.
I meant Market 5.
Around.
Yeah, you said Market 5, not District 5, right?
Yep, I'm here. I see you.
Okay, hold on.
I'm assuming that with
pure democracies don't work.
Right. Well, I'm assuming that with power systems being added to ships, which he even discussed in this, so it's probably coming up in a fairly high priority, that anti-grav is going to then require that power.
Yeah, of course.
And if anti-grav is going to require that power, then there's no reason why it shouldn't function with nobody in the cockpit as long as it has power.
They didn't say
why
anything
should
to
it
my
stop?
knowledge about making it not function.
Under the Billy Pass, you should already have access.
The anti-grav is not supposed to work if there's nobody in the cockpit.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure that was the whole thing, was like he's not about people parking ships. I don't know, he talked about anti-grav, but it led into the Alt F4
you seen
thing.
It, Paz?
Paz,
are you
the only specific thing he said was he didn't intend it to be parked. He said it was just supposed to be for the use for like operations and like doing stuff. But that doesn't mean that you're only supposed to be able to use it with someone sitting in the cockpit.
Well,
right.
If he links the think about it though. If what other purposes? If you're using it for an operation, he's taking the augmented whatever.
So, because here's the idea, right? So you have to think about it in a bigger scale, right? So if you think of did you see the Brunhilde when Serapis had it?
He used a specific example of during combat, but that's only relevant during planetary combat. But he said during combat, having a huge support ship floating at over 1 kilometer above the planet, then you would want it to be on anti-grav, in which case you'd have somebody in the cockpit because you're kind of huge doing
Yeah,
an
but he never
operation.
said anything about someone having to be in the cockpit. Like, that was never stated in the stream.
Right. It
Just
wasn't.
blatantly, it wasn't talked about. That's pure speculation.
But
it
they
was kind
fall
of
out of the
odd.
sky. That's the question was, are you going to fix them falling out of the sky? And the answer was, they were never intended to stay in the sky when you get out of the cockpit.
Again, that's a He didn't say not when you get out of the sky. He didn't say that.
He didn't say when you get out of the cockpit, but he did say that they were never intended to just stay in the sky. Like
That's
he just,
a completely
it's
different
not a
statement,
bug.
though.
Like he just didn't answer. It's not a
He gave
because
us
it's
a
not a
politician's
bug.
answer.
Yeah.
Right. It's not a bug. It's a feature. That's what he said in politician speak.
Well, what is the point of anti-grav if you're going to have a fuel though? At that point, why not just?
Well, okay, so
Well-
again, you have to think bigger picture, right? So you have, here's an example. Mira rolls up on the Rorical, this ginormous fucking beast of a ship, right? This ginormous thing, and with anti-grav, and parks that bitch above a mega node location. And then me and you and Info and Serapis jump in atmospheric haulers and fly down, mine our asses off, and then fly back up. That's what it's supposed to be for.
The main purpose of the anti-grav is this.
No, it's
if you
not.
use anti-grav with fuel even, the cost of moving a large amount of volume, like a large core hauler or a medium core hauler, is significantly less than the amount of thrusters and lift and wings and everything that it would take to get the same amount of weight in the air.
But that's not what he said in the stream today. I mean, maybe they've implied that before, but he actually said today it was intended solely for combat.
He didn't say blatantly that it was intended solely for combat, but the example he used for operations was, so he's going to have to define what he means by operations. This is a French guy speaking English, but he said it's not supposed to be able to hang in the sky while you're mining a kilometer below it and everything, and mining stuff.
So he said it wasn't supposed for that purpose.
Yeah, he said he used this as an example, a military operation where you have a support ship that is hovering and using the anti-grav to stay in the air above the combat.
Not to mention, if you can't link to the damn thing anyway, you might as well have somebody stay in the ship the whole time because they're going to have to transfer it.
Well, and that's the point, is why you'd have to have another ship that it deploys.
Now we come back to the fact of team-based gaming.
Right, but in the meantime, an anti-grav, it should require power, but they don't have the power system in. That's not our fault.
Well, they should just make it run on fuel.
Paz, we're here.
Then what? It has to have its own fuel that they're putting in the game temporarily for no fucking reason other than to hold us off.
Run it off of fucking space fuel.
I'm sure that they have an intention for it to be part of the power system, and that's
Of course.
so.
But
Why
until
would you
then-
give it its own fuel? Right, you're talking about creating an entirely new thing as a
I'm
stopgap
saying
measure.
let it run off of atmosphere engines.
Well, if it's already been coded into and wired, programming was wired into the
For the
electrical
power
and power system, then that would mean them having to go in and alter things and change things, which could potentially break things to link it to a fuel container.
For another temporary fix, or they could just leave it the way it is. Well,
either
it's meant
perspective
to be using
is
a
whatever.
power system, but it's a matter of it's an unnecessary temporary code to hold something off instead of just doing it right. So I'd rather have them do something else right during that time, and when they get to it, do that job right, than fuck around with temporary shit just to make a couple people happy about how it works.
Well, and that's the thing. You said specifically, and he said specifically, that he doesn't want them staying in the air. Then you need to give them a fuel source. It's
Right.
that simple.
No, which I think that they should stay in the air. He hasn't said anything about when they have power systems they'll be able to stay in the air suddenly. He's saying that anti-grav shouldn't be in the air.
A7,
That's
which
what I
ship you
disagree.
talking about? This one?
You could just remove anti-grav.
This is the ship the new ship that I debuted tonight. This is the Spectre.
Like, I just feel philosophically that anti-grav, if supplied power, which isn't in the game yet, but that's not our fault, should like the proper function of the anti-grav, it should function whether you're
So
sitting
from a
in the
coding
seat or not.
standpoint, I mean, I would assume that there is an object class for the consumption of fuel. It should not be hard to wire it in. Like that should be like a 30-minute thing to take the code that's for atmospheric or space engines and wire it in. And I'm sure it's just got a fuel rate consumption.
But yeah, I mean,
And
provided
then make it work like a hover
exactly
engine.
where to make the change, and you're the one who put that part of the code together in the first place and know where to make the change, and you're not already involved in the middle of something else. And changing projects for something like that is, as you know, I'm sure, not that easy. Your brain doesn't just go from one project that you're really concentrating on into another project that
I completely agree. But if the CEO doesn't want it to work that way,
Well, and that's exactly the point. He said that's what he wanted, or what he wants or doesn't want, right? So then fucking do it. Like,
I disagree. I think that anti-grav should stay in the air. It's
and
anti-grav.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying if that's what the CEO said, then he needs to implement something to do that.
Or shut the hell up and not even bring it up.
Right.
Exactly.
It was brought up in the Q&A, and that's why he talked about it, was because the question was asked if you're going to fix the anti-gravs falling out of the sky.
And then he gave the politician.
And that's when he didn't really
answer
it.
Right.
And
Except
he went
for
above
saying
that,
that it's
but
not.
he didn't answer it, but he opened up Pandora's box. I mean, he
Yeah.
could have just said,
Yeah.
no, not at this moment. Instead, he went further. And I mean, honestly, every question he answered today raised more questions than it did answer the questions. He'd been better off just saying, I'm not ready to tell that yet.
They would have been better off not even having the fucking announcement. Like,
That's the whole
honest
stream.
fucking God.
I mean,
Because the whole stream is causing more problems than it's fixing.
the whole stream was a disaster, if you ask me.
Yeah, I feel like definitely looking at PR nightmare for that. Like, there's going to have to be some consideration there.
I completely agree.
But I'm not sure that that's possible at this point. I really don't think, if they've already baked this program.
I'm really hoping that that is the reason why he wasn't definite about the date, was so that when the people rage, he would find out specifically which thing they rage about the most, and that would be the thing that they might say, okay, let's take this option out of it, and like throw a few shitty things at us and see which one we object to the most, and then remove that one, and we'll be more accepting of the rest of them, because that is definitely
it's like the equivalent of like, it's a simple bartering thing, right? If I want to buy something from you for $20, I say, hey, can I get that for $5? And you look at me like I'm nuts, so that when I ask you for it for 20,
it's like basic political
yeah,
manipulation too. Is
you
they
actually are more willing to sell it because now I went from something ridiculous to something reasonable.
From a programming standpoint, if they are parameters, this is an easy, no problem fix. So like changing from 4 crashes, 5 crashes, I'm assuming that's written in as a parameter that they could just modify in the code.
And they just have it set as infinite at this point. I would think that would be the way it is, and then so they just need to leave that at infinite until shit's got time to settle down from the other changes. That's all.
And those things are handled server side, but the stuff that is handled client side, I'm guaranteeing you right now, every engine and every compiler I've ever seen would require you, especially something like Unreal or in a CryEngine, are going to have you bake the graphics.
And that's why, like, Serapis had brought up a suggestion earlier that I talked to him about, and it involved more, I thought, than they would be capable of doing in the short term, and it wouldn't fix the problems in time, because by then the problem would resolve itself just through the nature of the market stabilizing itself, people getting their factories back up to par, and all of that. Like, it will stabilize itself over time. He's totally right about that. The problem is that during that time, there will be so many people that get such a negative vibe and then pass that on to everybody else that they talk to about it, that will wreck things. And it's that interim that I'm trying to avoid, that I think you could easily avoid just by delaying that. Keep that parameter at a infinite repair until you get to the next stage where you have those simple missions that were talked about for 0.24, and you have an alternate source of income. And like I said, the factories have stabilized, and hopefully repair units are fixed.
And I don't really know how much other people are. I mean, we may be in a minority here. The others may not be as pissed about some of the stuff that's
Dude,
going
are
on.
you kidding me?
Some-
We are in the minority of people handling this well.
I was gonna say some of them are
I-
raging hard, and
I went into other discords today and had to leave because my ears hurt.
yeah,
I mean,
it's pretty bad.
If it's really that bad, there has to become a point where, if I was the CEO of this company, I'd be like, okay, guys, we need to stop. Let's postpone this patch. Have a Q&A session with the entirety of our group.
And that's
And
why I
the
keep
term in the
stressing
future.
that, like, we're the people who are really staunch supporters of this game, and we're questioning this
Yeah, I
path
mean, if it's
order.
that bad, I would stop it, even if it means scrapping progress and just, okay, what
Well,
can we
so-
do?
All your alpha backers and everything that are so mad right now, like it's not good.
There's so much that can be said for proper and clear communication with a proper timeline. Like, how many games have you played that the complete lack of communication was the #1 frustration?
Well, and then you have to kind of blame the players for that, though, because then you got the players literally, like we're doing, quoting every single word that they say, and
Well, that's why you
trying to
have to
hold them
be
to
prepared.
it like the law. And that's if you just put out like, hey, you know what, all of this shit is subject to change, but this is what we're thinking now, and we might change this, or this is what we're thinking now, and we're sure about this.
Well,
You know,
so they've
That
made a
shows
decision, right?
Right there. I mean, that's a serious problem for their company if the CEO doesn't have enough common sense to know how to address this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
Well,
basic PR
again,
stuff that
yeah,
anyone
right.
addressing the public should know better.
Well, and that's why politicians do politician speak, is because people will try to call them out and pin them down on things. They will take things out of context. They will fuck with everything that you say. So you have to be careful what you say when you make a public announcement like that, because you don't want to be pinned down to something that you have to change then down the road. And now you're dealing with the PR nightmare of changing something that you promised.
So
Oh, who'd we lose?
again, if you just
Tazar.
simply,
Oh.
she's going to bed. If you
Good
just
night.
simply would have had like hey, we are implementing this and it's going into effect in 21 days. Like,
Right.
even that would have been a fucking 100 times better.
Yeah, but
'Cause
I
they
can
didn't
see
make
them.
this
I can see
official
them
announcement.
not wanting to do a giant, huge notification of a far advanced date, because for one, if that is actually ready to go already, they don't want to hold it for 21 days because that's holding back other progress that needs to be done. And for two, because because they have to work off the current code base, they can't just wait until they got to implement it and then bug test it, and then they can move on to the next phase. So they can't just hold code for 21 days while they do an announcement. And two, because they don't want to give the players enough time to go on this mad rush like everybody's doing now, I'm assuming, to try to prepare before this happens, because they want to have people organically have to adjust to it organically. They don't want people to be so buffered from it that it doesn't affect them at all, because then they don't get a feel for
That's
how
why
it changes
politicians
the
do
gameplay.
politician speak. He did everything wrong for politician speak. Instead
know.
of saying what he had to, he should have said, "There's going to be some massive recipe changes coming in the next couple of days that allow you to use recipes in your crafting."
Yeah, he gave you
Overall,
just
our
enough
graphics
detail to give it a negative spin without ever revealing any of the information that we wanted to know that would actually let us
I
prepare
would
for it.
have made it a negative spin. I would have just said,
Yeah,
"Hey,
like they could have, yeah, exactly. Like a really clever PR person could have taken the news he was giving today and tried to put a really positive spin on it. Like, we are adding all these cool new features to industry and adding more depth and more stuff you have to be able to do and interacting with the markets even further. Blah 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 blah. Like, and anyone else can read between the lines and go, wait a minute, they're fucking my ability to use my mega factory, and they'd still realize that, but at least the general populace would be like, oh cool, they're adding shit to the game.
people are freaking retarded. I mean, I really they are. People will sit there and hear that and be like, "Oh my god, cool." They've never read between the lines. There'd have been no panicking. I mean, I guess retarded is a bad word to use for that, but you get my point. I mean, it really.
Retarded's pretty accurate.
Yeah, I mean, people are sheep, and if you lead them down the right path, the sheep just do what they're freaking told. Now that sounds like somebody who's been there too long. I should have. But it's so fucking true. I'm not kidding. If you have the right person who sits there and tells 100 people to jump off a freaking cliff, they'll do it.
Well, so what Voxelvision said is very true, right? He says the huge corps aren't. They're not happy, right? But they're also not nearly that upset because it really isn't going to affect them, you know? In the big scheme of things, it's not going to. It's going to screw with their production for a couple of days, and that's
So
it.
where I think it may affect the huge corps the most, though, is if their people lose content during that time. I think a lot of people underestimate just how freaking ADD people are. Like, oh, I can't go. I've got to give all my money to the corp for a week before we can be back on our feet. I'm gonna go play PlanetSide. You know?
Yeah.
I love that game too. That's a
But
good
I
one.
mean, that's kind of the way people are. I mean,
But it's true. So true.
and once they do that, they go and they talk to their friends in PlanetSide, and they may never come back.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here building.
I know. I feel like we're doing your stream today.
He's
We need to
background
shut up and let you do
imagery.
it. Yeah, he's giving us good imagery for the conversation.
Like I said, we're doing the dual universe view tonight.
I know,
He's
we're just
gonna get
grumpy
more
old
done
guys
on
in
it.
space, bro.
Right.
The grumpy galaxy geezers.
Don't make fun of us,
You
geezers.
know, that's another thing that you'd have too. If this is a game with a bunch of kids, this change would have been taken way different. Kids will get mad and then they'll freaking forget about it the next day. Older
Yeah.
people,
But the kids
Hold on to
they
it.
care because there's not enough to do.
Yeah, the kids wouldn't want
right. But I mean, but I mean, if you go
Well, the
and you
kids
do
got
something
bored 2
in
months
hurry-
ago.
Yeah, you're right. I still just think that the number one priority should always be content until you get enough content to
See,
make too much.
I totally disagree. I think the number one priority should be base game bugs. I think that the crashes and disconnects and issues that are having there,
Okay, I'll agree there.
which
Optimization.
unfortunately, I was going to say a lot of that is optimization that can't be done until a lot of features
more
are added
shit
to the
in the
game.
game. Yeah.
So like I feel like they've gotten to the point now where I was the guy pushing base game fixes a month ago, like hard. People were clamoring for content and I was like, fuck you, let them finish
I just
fixing
want to
what they
not
can.
have my game crash every hour. Like, fuck.
Well,
It
and here's the
blows
thing.
my mind.
I think that they've got it to the point that as far as they can before they can do optimizations, the final optimizations, you know what I mean? They need to start adding in the content that they need to get in because it's so much easier to add that content and fix the bugs in that content before you do all your optimizations, right? So get that. Now is the time to get that content in. They've gone as far as they can fixing the base game before final optimizations. Now it's time to start getting content in, bug fixing that content, and doing balances, but mixing those balances in with the content. Not
So typically in the beta point when you're well, I call it alpha, but I won't fight that tonight. In this point in the game, it's hard to optimize because you have to keep optimizing every time that you add new content because one thing can
Right.
catastrophically chain through 20 other things.
and that's why I'm saying it's not ready for any more optimization at this point. They've
They
done
can
all of the
graphically
fixes
optimize
they've
the
done.
game. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, it blows my mind. This game is not that great of graphics that, Zyphus can't play it with a 970. I mean, there's something seriously wrong that it's laggy on a GTX 970. Because I'm telling you,
Biggest problem is the factories right now.
The factories and the planet, the fact that the planets are, these are old planets. They're not, they haven't been doing any kind of updates on these planets. They're planets that
I
they're
think it's
working
something
on
to
is
do with the
much
voxel
better.
rendering too, though. I think
Right.
if I had to guess, it's rendering the voxels within a sphere of your character, and that includes underground voxels.
And that the dirt voxels that have been removed and replaced with air voxels are a huge. Everybody with these huge underground factories are contributing to the world lag more heavily than they imagine.
I would imagine that has a lot to do with it, but even that, basic things like giving the ability to turn down texture, and let's be honest, there are video options in this game to turn up and down.
They suck.
Highly lacking, yeah.
Yeah, they're
I mean, another thing that we could do that. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just agreeing. Yeah, their ability for you to edit the hotkeys and to make graphical changes is atrocious.
Yeah, hotkey binding should not be a hard thing, and there's no reason. Everybody has their preferred, every old gamer has their preferred custom bindings. There's buttons you hit without thinking about after so many years of playing games. When you want to do something, you hit this button because that's the button you always bind to do that.
And I will tell you that something to do with this game is extremely CPU heavy. I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm assuming it's the voxels. Just absolutely hammer your processor.
Well, it's because they're doing a lot of the game is done on client side, is why.
And that may be why some of these people are getting crashes, is because, I mean, if they're offloading that onto you and your processor, I mean, most games will light up a core or two.
Hold on one second. Voxel. Honestly, the biggest draw to this game for a lot of people is the fact that there's a lot of people that have played Imperion as space engineers that really like that ability to completely customize, but then they're stuck with private servers that are really unreliable and kind of sketchy. And then there's a lot of people that have been playing games like EVE Online or Star Citizen that love the sandbox and the open universe and the ability to go out and interact, but they're sick of looking at the same 50 ship designs they've been looking at for the past 20 years. So
stop them from fucking building them every day.
But it gives you a good combination of genres that hasn't been done yet before. I mean, you have this ability to completely control everything around you, which, let's face it, we're humans, we like the power trip. But it gives us that ability, but at the same time gives us the ability to actually build things. And like, I love the fact that people can come by the castle and check out the Christmas decorations. That makes my day every time somebody says they saw the Christmas decorations and they love it. It made it all worth it. Any other game that allows you to build like that, you're not going to get that. Period. Either it's
I don't think there's another MMO out there right now that allows you to run production lines. I think this is the only one.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
this
that's
game
honestly-
is like nothing else. I've been waiting for 20 years for this game. Well, 17.
I mean, that was my number one drawing thing. Was I saw that and I'm like, I'm sold. I mean,
Yeah.
it's Factorio and an MMO in 3D.
Yeah. And Info, I agree with you on that. There's always shapes. Like a lot of the other games you can build, you're so limited in the shapes that you have to build with that it makes it difficult. And then they have these huge shape libraries that you got to sort through and figure out things, and it's completely a headache.
Oh, speaking of that shape that you were trying to get the other day,
Yeah.
I think I figured out how to get it really easy. I don't know. I'm sure.
Wait,
you
which
probably-
shape was that?
The one where you were doing on the front of your ship, where
Oh,
it was
this one?
the one you're looking at. Well, I don't know. My screen is delayed, so let me refresh.
I'm still looking at the same ship.
Okay. Yeah, that one that you're looking at. Yeah, right there.
Yep.
So the other night, it's really hard to make it to where it's only one thick, but if you fill the whole thing up, it's really easy. So if you fill up the opposite, like the curvature of what you're wanting, and take that over there and cut it out of it, you get a perfect one every time.
Yeah.
Like, as much as you build ships, it would almost be worth it to you to just put a library of certain angles and curves in your basement just to cut it
He
out.
has some. He has some stuff like that already.
Yeah. I have some
A
stuff
small
down there.
little voxel library.
To be honest with you, the voxels, what I'm probably going to end up doing is taking the from here back on the bottom layer only because it hasn't really been adjusted bottom. But I know how to remake this now, so that's the other thing. This part right here, the main hall, I can remake that in a couple seconds. So, but that's the reason why I don't do a lot of voxel library is with the way my brain works. Once I figured out how to do something, it's there, and I just do it without thinking. Going all the way to a voxel library to copy and paste it, it takes more time than me just redoing it.
You know, I feel like you took that comment I made earlier about making your ships to where they could handle it to heart. Freaking mighty.
Yeah,
What?
you think you put enough brakes on that bitch?
Well, that wasn't actually that was intentional. That was the reason why I went to Ion and Semi-On, because I wanted to see how it did coming back into atmosphere, how it was working in general, and I wasn't happy with the overall performance of it.
I want you to do the same treatment you're doing now to the Raptor, by the way.
So,
Because I did it my way, but I know for a fact you'll do it better.
Does your Raptor have anything military, or is it all basic?
Yes, it's got 4 military engines on the ass end of it.
but that could be
else is
changed.
basic. Yeah, but would it still fucking get off of the planet?
Yeah.
I was struggling to get out of Atmo on it with the 4 militaries, and I
this
didn't
one
have a lot of stuff.
Gets out of atmosphere with 2. They're militaries, but they're 2, not 4. So 4 regulars would actually be more force than that.
No, I'm talking about on the Raptor though. Would you be able to get out on the Raptor with
Yes.
basic engines?
Yes.
Because I was struggling today.
How much weight did you have?
Maybe 20-30%.
Not capacity. Weight.
Yeah, so I had like a couple hundred tons. That's it.
I don't know why you were having an issue, because I'd take this thing out of atmosphere with 700 tons in it.
Because all of his skills are in industry placement instead of piloting.
Yeah. Which,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
wait,
I'm
wrong.
sorry,
you
but
have,
as a
wait,
chip
did you
design-
have, even with, I need to log on my crap alt and try flying the ship my crap alt and show you, because I've been flying this ship since I didn't have any skills myself. And even when I didn't have skills, I could take it up.
Hold up. Did you have Sniper do his ship, or is it?
Sniper
Like
did
my
my
Most
ship.
of my ship has been done by Sniper.
Yes.
Except for the new stuff I've added, which is just improvements to the base.
But yeah, Sniper did any ship that's bought tokenized for me like this, the big ones, Sniper boost.
Or did you pick up an engine or anything like that? throughout
That's
the
what I'm
game?
saying is like if you replaced a normal engine placed by Sniper with a military engine placed by you, you lost a bunch of
No,
percentage.
he placed down the military engines, dude.
Okay.
And I was
Mike.
I was slow boating out of the atmosphere because it was just taking forever.
Mike says I have a big head.
crawling.
It's not Mike, it's breakfast.
Do you have an extra large next to a
Yeah.
large?
Oh,
I
milk.
just want to see the size difference.
Extra
He's
large
milk.
next to what?
He's milk
Like
egg
I'm-
pancake.
Oh, Swiftinator, thanks for following. Wait, an extra large what? Space engine?
Large atmospheric engine.
There is no extra
next
large.
to a. Oh, there isn't one.
There's
Okay.
only large,
Okay,
medium, and
that's
small. That's a large. There's an extra large space engine.
That's maybe the one I'm thinking of. Then.
Oh, that's not even in this container. I think I took them out. 'Cause
They're
of it.
fucking big.
Yeah, I don't even use them at the moment.
"27 hours until I get atmospheric engine handling 4, so I'll have space and atmospheric 40% bonuses."
I'm slowly cooking 8 days on fucking mining level 5, bro. I got 8 days left.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
really wondering if I can put 3 larges on the back of this Diablo.
Dude, I can't wait until they have some form of automated mining, and I really hope that the talents for it cost the other mining talents.
Oh,
Like,
they
you
will.
have to have the other
They'll
mining
have
talents
to.
first.
Are you kidding me? If I have to take piloting talents in order to take handling talents to build ships, there's no way
Right.
that they're not going to make all of the other mining stuff prerequisites. If you have to level up your fucking nano pack to 5 in order to upgrade your container stuff, yeah, dude. Don't even think, or that's not even an option, dude. You're not that lucky.
See, the thing though is like one of the things that I didn't like about Eve was your inability to own or use things based on your talents. So it meant that like you had to literally be playing the game for a minimum amount of time
Yeah, same here.
before you could touch things.
I'd rather just make you better at it, not
Exactly.
prohibit you from using it.
I really, really hope that they stick with the talents optimize thing, but you can still do basic bitch stuff by yourself without it. That's something I'm really hoping that they stick with instead of the Eve one, because that's what drove me off of Eve in the first place. That's why I never played it, is because I started playing it and like 3 days later I discovered a talent calculator. And the talent calculator ruined that game for me. Because I was like, yeah, in the end, I want to be able to, like, this is, okay, my end game thing, this is what I want. And I started punching in all this stuff. And it was like, I have to play for how many years before I can even put that stuff, like, own that stuff? Fuck.
Are the
thank you, Swift.
electric brakes, are they directional or no?
No.
Right. Okay, if you look at the
Currently
stream
not.
right now, this is the engines in scale.
Shit. Appreciate that.
So this
Yeah.
is the extra small atmospheric, small, medium,
Extra
large. And then there's the extra small space, small, medium, large, extra large. So the extra large, just to give you a heads up, weighs a flippin' ton.
Yeah, I don't think I need more space thrust. I actually seem to be fine. once I
And it
get
looks
out.
like somebody ripped off a giant robot's calf muscle.
Oh, it does.
But like I said, I stepped away for a second. But like I said, like that's what drove me away from Eve. I was totally like the first few days I played Eve, I was like, this is gonna be fucking epic. I'm gonna do so much shit. And it was like, okay, I was totally willing to work up to it and everything. And it wasn't until I stared that number in the face from the calculator that said, there's absolutely no way that I can touch any, like own any of this, even own it, not optimize it or anything, but even own it until I've played this game for this many years. And I was like, fuck
Well,
that.
see, that was the biggest thing that a lot of players made the mistake of in that game, was thinking a lot of people will tell you in that game, oh, you have to be in a battleship for you being good, or you have to be in da-da-da. But what they're not telling you is that their support skills were all that neat. And like from an FC point of view or an Alliance Leader point of view in that game, which I was both of them, I would rather somebody as a new player max out their abilities in a frigate before I ever see them anything above it, because they would be more useful to me in that frigate than they would ever be in a battleship.
Exactly. And
It depends on what you're doing, though. If
I
you're
looked at the
solo,
calculator.
you
Well,
need a battleship.
I use the
Yeah,
talent
but if you
calculator
don't have the
as
backup
a
skills to support it, you're worthless. You're a flying brick.
exactly,
That's all
and that's
you are.
I looked at all I looked at was the absolute minimums to be able to even have what I wanted.
I'm not really
Not
sure I agree with
any
that.
of
I was
those skills.
doing level 4s in a Raven.
No, you don't understand. When I was in Eve, I was a nullsec alliance leader. I ran a 3,500 man alliance. Most of my fittings that I used, if you didn't have good skills, you couldn't even fit the ship. Like
I get you, but I'm just saying a new player that just wants
Yeah.
to play on their own or whatever. If you go get a Raven, is it Raven? Yeah, a Raven. You
Yeah.
can go and do level 4s.
Yeah, but now you can just go in and just buy a bunch of skill injectors and get caught up, no problem.
Yeah. But
When I was doing
yeah.
Gold Grid, it was a new game still, so there was no skill injectors. There were no any of those things. Like there was a set time for how long you had to play the game.
And we had the
when I
learning
looked at the
skills.
bare minimum,
Dude,
What
I
I-
played
yeah.
Eve back in 2006. I'm with you. I understand. I'm just
right? So you know what I'm
saying-
talking about. Like there's no.
yeah, me
There was
7
no.
is
There was
pay
a
to win now.
definite number, and it was way too much. It was like I was like, no, I'm not gonna guarantee that I play this long for a minimum. I want to be able to put more hours in one day and make up more time against players who have been playing for a longer time but only log in once a
See,
day.
that's how Eve made all their money.
Well, and that's what I think. I think that about this game. I think that
Yeah.
about this game. I play this fucking game
But
probably
in this game, you can
14
do stuff.
hours a day. Like, I probably play 14 plus hours a day. And that's on the low side.
Yeah,
like,
but in this game, if
that's on the
somebody
day I go to the gym.
if somebody gave you permission to fly a ship in this game, you can fly it. There's no like you don't have to have if somebody if in Eve if you wanted to do the equivalent of a large core ship, you have to have like 3 years worth of talents learned before you can do that.
Yeah,
shit.
but you got to be honest about it. The only reason this has got time-based skills is because they're banking on the fact that people keep sub even when they're not playing, just like they
Right.
do. That's the only reason they're here.
Yeah.
And I like the time-based skills. Like I said, being an accentuator of the things that you can do. They optimize it. They make it more efficient. They make it more effective. They don't add or remove the ability to use it or do something other than cores.
But I would rather see their time-based skills. Like, you know how they do the, what is it, you get 9 and then you get 90 when you have it training something? It ought to go up to like 180 when you're online, and then maybe even 360 when you're using that skill. Like if you're mining and you're training your mining skill, it should go quicker.
You might, I would say that maybe down the line you might be able to pick a specialization that would give you a talent bonus while you learn that talent, which might cost you a bunch of money in order to swap. I feel like that might be a balance.
Were you in Eve when they had that system? Because that fucking sucked.
Fiddly bits. The way the skill system works in Dual Universe is pretty much exactly the same as it works in Eve. If you have no skills training, you're passively gaining 6 skill points per second that you can apply to anything. If you have skills training, whether you're logged on or logged off, you're gaining 90 skill points per second. So it's in your best interest to keep your skill queue full. And it works the same way in Eve.
I literally never remove anything from my queue.
What he said, I fucking completely agree with him. If I spend all day in a hole, I should fucking get some XP for doing the activity. Even if
my thought is, I agree with the bonus for being logged in. Even if it was like a 50% bonus, or even if it was a 10% bonus,
dude, it could
while
be
you're
2%.
logged in, I'd be happy. Well, 2%, I'd be like, great, thanks for the drop in the bucket, buddy. But 10%,
but still, dude, it's still more than the guys that are not playing.
Right. But 10% or something so that people who play the game more actively can catch up or surpass the people who aren't playing the game.
Yeah.
Which will never, like, at least currently isn't a thing. Like, I can never catch up to you guys.
I feel like, honestly, that is a suggestion that is worthy of putting in, and I would vote yes.
That won't happen because that is going to directly impact their wallets. That they will.
Well, no, because the people who are paying their subscriptions are still going to be getting their bonuses passively. It's just a little extra incentive to actually play your game instead of just passively collecting skill points while you're offline. I logged off for 3 weeks and logged back in to have like 20 hours left on Mining 5. I was like, fuck yeah.
That's the only good thing about taking a few weeks off of a game, is you can come back like this and it's like, oh, hell yeah, I've been wanting to do that for fucking ever.
Right. Like, oh, shit, that happened while I was not doing it.
I look at it now and I'm like, a 14-day training time? Fuck yes.
But I feel like,
what's your break force on your new ship?
$36.5 Gs.
Oh, fuck, dude. Okay, so the Raptor, I slapped a bunch of extra brakes on it, and it's only 7.69 on Simian.
I don't think that
19.1 Gs.
I don't think your current gravity matters in that calculation. It's your mass. Your mass and the force available is the Gs that you have for braking force.
I'm getting 19.1 Gs on brake force.
Well, I do have some stuff in my container, but not
and that's
a lot.
with some block brakes.
So does it know the difference if you have like adjusters on?
Those are not on my ship, by the way.
So what?
Your Raptor doesn't look the same as the
those
stock
were
Raptor.
up here.
Seven, you
I
really gotta
just put a
stop
landing pad.
interrupting Jay, because when you do, it makes his voice go total roboto. Normally, I can understand both people at the same time, but just for some reason, Jay's voice goes super roboto every time you talk.
I've got the voice feedback thing turned on so that it doesn't go through my mic. It's okay.
Yeah, the voice for the voice feedback thing, I can't use it. It makes it completely screws things up on my end.
Yeah, do it so that I don't. Because
Okay,
if I have that
so
on, he talks.
let me go ahead and do this because it is close to 1 a.m. and we're about to start winding down for the night. I'm going
I'm
to go
just getting
ahead and do a look and let's see who else is streaming tonight. If anybody else is for Dual Universe.
So I can blow up somebody else's channel.
Angry is, I think.
Angry is.
Let's see how
Chappy
angry
is.
I feel like we should.
Play the Planet is.
I don't know. I kind of feel like we should. Do we want to promote the new guy?
Yeah, I think so.
That's where
Well-
I'm at. But I feel like we should contact Angry Dad and be like, hey, bro, like I'm ending my stream.
Yeah, but Angry Dad has rated me a couple times, so I almost feel like I need to rate Angry Dad.
Right. That's
No.
what I mean. Like, maybe you should contact him and be like, listen, I know you've rated me a couple times, but I want to push the new guy to try to kind of promote the community. So, just let him know, like, because, if he sees your numbers drop and then his numbers jump up, he's probably going to be like, oh, man, he rated him instead of me.
I
But
don't think
it's for a good reason,
no one else
honestly.
is watching it and the other stuff that much.
Yeah, and I don't think Angry Dad is really, he's not that angry about most things, so.
Yeah. Only his
No,
kids.
I think he would actually approve of that as promoting the TU community.
Yep.
But I'm sure that a little courtesy poke of, hey man, I'm ending my stream and I would raid you because I know you've raided me a couple times, but Chappy is going with only 4 guys. And there's been a couple of guys in our streams who have actually recommended Chappy. That's how we got him in the first place.
Yeah, I'm thinking Chappy.
All right. So what I was asking before is if I put adjusters on the side of my ship, like let's say I wanted to remove some off the back of the left side, and put those back on the front of the left side.
They definitely affect the placement of adjusters. Is probably the most for shipbuilding, probably the most difficult thing to get right.
Oh yeah. Like if you notice on my ship, the main point you want to do is at least have some of them on the outermost points of the ship to give you the most direct influence on your turning, spinning ability and all that crap like that.
Yeah, the further
All
from
the
center,
corners.
the more leverage they have,
Yeah.
so they work better. And
I'm primarily looking on the Diablo. Can I remove the 3 above the back wings so that I can get 4 wings on there instead of 2?
Hold on.
you're gonna have to look at. Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna have
Diablo
to
1,
consider
which one do you have? The 2 or 3?
3.
Why not just place down the 4, bro?
So you're talking about these right here.
Let me update your stream. I'm behind again.
You should slap a medium in place of those. That's what you should do. Replace those
No,
3s
on the
with
side.
medium.
Rings on the side and
These?
the back.
Those?
No. Down. Down.
The ones on the bottom on the
Those
side that you were.
right there that you got. See, you got all of those right there, and 2 wings in the back. My problem is lift.
Oh yeah, you can. I would say pull those off, top and bottom, if you want to, and then just put another medium in front here, and you'd be fine. So drop
And
those
same
6
thing with the
smalls and
3
put a
on-
medium. Yeah, just take those
The
off and
3
put one
wings in
medium.
front. Can I make that 4 wings in the front?
Yeah.
Without any issue?
This, yeah.
No, in the front of the ship. Directly back from where you're at. Right there, right under you. I want to make that 4 instead of 3.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Like I said, just pull those smalls off and put a couple mediums further forward a little bit. And put the stabilizers on the top, and then take those small ones on the side off, and just put another medium in front of them, on the wings, and then you could plug in another one.
And
to
what
stretch them out.
if I put the retro brakes along that top the top of that whole side there, and
Yeah.
on the bottom, instead of having the medium vertical boosters, put larges.
You can do that too. Yeah.
Well, that would give me quite a bit more ability to
Yeah.
land down with heavy load.
Yeah. Definitely.
I like the Lumi glass on the top of that. The shapes.
What, this?
Nah, the well, I don't. Yeah, that. Yeah. I'm obviously a big fan of shiny ships with Lumi glass.
I want you to give the same treatment you did to the Diablo 4 and this new ship to the Raptor.
What treatment is that?
The fucking he's been souping them all up, man, with like a ton of like brakes
Okay.
and adjusters
So,
and everything.
thank you for yeah, thank you very much, Voxel. I'm glad you enjoyed it tonight. So if you enjoyed the stream, we're not always this controversial and engaged in intense conversation. Sometimes we have fun, relax. Sometimes we blow things up.
What are you talking about? We had fun.
So
We enjoyed bitching.
I mean, really, I do. Like,
if you enjoyed the stream, make sure you hit the follow button and come back and hang out with us again. You're always welcome. We always look forward to having the feedback. And if I miss what you're saying, just wait a second. I'll try to catch it. Try to do multiple things at once, and sometimes my brain ain't working. But
Got Amazon, give them the free Prime subscription. It helps.
Yep, if you want to subscribe, there is Amazon with a free Prime. Those are always appreciated. But even just tossing the follow and coming back and hanging out more often, love that. Love the interaction. So I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to start the raid on Cappy.
did you just call Chappie Cappy?
No, I said Chappy. I'm getting tired, so. Is it /raid? It's /raid.
It's sideways /raid.
Okay, so
Can
here we
do
go.
That'd be sweet.
I'm wondering if those 2 changes alone would help me with my atmospheric problems.
Y'all have a great night, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, you guys all have a great night.
Yeah, later.
Hey, you know what? I'll tell you what though. Small.